Hello, hello. How are
Hello,
y'all doing? I am Nitran. I am going to be one of your casters today
and
with
I'm
my
Salt.
good friend, Mr. Salt person. Hello.
Hello.
So, Taiko, Prizefighter Rampage start. What are you expecting here, Salt?
Well, I'm expecting a lot of murder, honestly. Rampage could also be interesting. Maybe some Rasmus Asher picks, but it's probably just gonna be Prize Fighter, honestly.
We do see that Trinity already banned X and they first pick Julie here, which gets answered by Vass's Vith and Kai. Although Vath actually didn't ban. Not sure why, but what are you thinking of this draft so far?
Well, it's definitely looking interesting. And again, the murder picks are really just flying right now. The Kai pick is gonna be interesting because I am curious to see if it's gonna be able to stay alive or not. But I'm sure the guy is under control.
Do you think it's going to be a Vith goalie or Kai goalie here, considering the Prizefighter start and map?
I'm thinking Vice goalie actually, and that's why I'm thinking that Kai's gonna be in a bit of a tough spot, just living, honestly.
We have the classic Frostfire team comp here, Julius Teldubu, for the side of Trinity here. I'm not sure if Dubu actually goes Prizefighter or Rampage here. Probably Prizefighter.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
also
either way.
thinking.
Yep. And we get the Zen lock-in for Voss, which means Voss is going very much all in on that damage comp. I'll be very surprised if this isn't a full Prizefighter lobby, probably.
Yeah, that is what is shaping out to be.
What do you think the win con is here for the side of Trinity and for the side of Voss also consequently? Although that one is a bit more evident than the other.
Well, I do think that Trinity is just gonna go around and get some Juliet picks, if possible. As for us, I do think they also just want to get some kills by just staggering the enemies with the Vice and Zen picks.
The Voss does have a really good thing going for them, which is although Kai isn't that much of a damage menace, he does have that really good kill confirm, which is Barrage, right? Which could do
Yeah.
work very well for them with the Vice and Centaur damage. And on the other hand, as you rightfully said, Trinity is going to be looking for a lot of those Julie dash punches, which is going to make the wall play from the side of Estelle and Dubu very important to prepare Julie and set up Julie for a lot of these dash punches. What about gears here? What do you think Voss should be taking in terms of gears? For the most part.
Ooh, Vas, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Zentaro actually goes Siphoning one, but it's not really in that good of a place right now. So a Vampire's pick would not surprise me either. We could also see potentially some Slicks, some Maxwells. As for the Vice, obviously, if it's goalie, then just eject button on both Vice or Kai, depending on who's goalie. I wouldn't be surprised either.
Will Kai take a eject button actually? If he is goalie, I'm not sure. He might actually take mum boots.
Against this
Considering the start.
against this competition, it's like there are a lot of hits and cooldowns flying around, so resetting the stacks is gonna be annoying to deal with.
Mm-hmm. And what about for the side of Trinity? Do you expect a pump Julie here, or do you think she's gonna go for the classic Flicks or Max?
I do think pumps could work nice here, just with the stacks from Prize Fighter, the damage would just and the cooldown, the knockback would just be flying around and.
We'll see. I think pumps is a very risky play. It could potentially give a lot of value. Get a lot of value with scaling prize fighter stacks and majorly a complete menace. But on the other hand, it might also just make her completely useless if she loses that initial prize fighter stack, right? And isn't able to get the more KO. Because a Julie without any damage improvement and without any speed is going to be very easy to deal with, I would say.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
We are going into game right now. Voss, being obviously the probable winners, considering their standing and considering their spot in USL. However, I do hope to see some good things coming out of the side of Trinity. They do have a very solid comp, all things considered. It's a rather flexible comp. They can play a bit more damage-wise, depending on what Awakenings USL gets. The Dubu can also be pretty decent at damaging if he actually does play for it. We'll see how it goes. But I'm definitely hoping to see at least some good old Julie dash punches.
Yeah, me too. It's shaping out to be an interesting match, honestly. And we do see the Vice goalie coming out with the Kai momentum bot. Or sorry, Max Falls. And we do actually see the suffering on the Zentaro, which is gonna be interesting to see.
We do have Strike Shot on Dubu. Strike Shot on Dubu isn't something you see too much nowadays. You used to see it a bit more back then, but that's actually something pretty new.
Yeah, nowadays it's the other thing to see. And as the match goes on, we already see a barrier go down. But they do have the core control. Ooh, but unfortunately it passes by.
You already have the damage comp from Loss coming in here with the Julie being completely like staggered and knocked around constantly here.
Yeah, the Juliet is already off the map flying. Unfortunately, it still misses the primary. The core is just flying around.
Those are the first kills. That's a really good evade from Hockey there, getting rid of the Vice secondary. And
but unfortunately, gets outdone by the Zentaro primary. Nice play.
You do have that scenario which we talked about beforehand, which is the Julie now has no prize fighter stacks, so I think this is going to be quite hard. And we actually have Rampage coming from both Marco and Hockey, which is kind of surprising actually.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting any Rampage stacks to this game, honestly, but it looks like, on even the goalie, it's kind of a interesting choice to make here, but if the barriers do go down, then they could profit off of that.
I mean, Julie just completely defied our expectations here. Getting one kill on Zentaro, actually getting her price tagger back, and getting rid of the clip, which was very important for the side of Trinity.
Oh, but unfortunately, the Haki cannot save that. He's just in a tough spot right there with the Alex right in front of his face with burst.
So he had to evade a lot of that, a lot of the Wolf Vice could potentially throw at him, and unfortunately, just got scored on before he could do anything. Although he would still
Juliet
be
is already staggered
with the core flip. Yeah, Julie is not going to be having a fun time here today, I feel.
Yeah, maybe with some scaling, but as it stands right now, they're really just in a tough spot.
Yeah, Julie doesn't seem to be playing the game. We have a lot of price fighter stacks going to the side of Alex, especially with those two price fighter stacks, hopefully trying to get more. Then did lose his price fighter stack early on, which was actually a pretty good boon for Sign of Trinity, but not quite enough. That's the first set rep.
Yeah, and that's just a beautiful lineup right there by Venom, and the primary just managed to get it in.
We do have a very interesting draft here because there is a very mixed bag of awakenings, both in terms of core control awakenings and survivability damage awakenings. You do have the 1-2 going for Zentaro, which is obviously a very valuable pick. You have the Hotshot there, which is Dell's obviously looking towards. You have the Reptile, which is obviously what Blue Side wants, and you do get the Reptile on Julie, which is a major pickup.
Yeah, I do think that the Reptile is just going to help a lot with staying alive and staying on the field, and maybe even fetching some kills if you just are unable to just live. But as we can see there, the SL is not really left doing anything and having to take Siege Machine, which is not really the best awakening you want to see on her.
You do have a lot of damage just instantly going into the Julie, already staggered, already dead, holy.
Yeah, the damage, but the double barriers does go down. Now it's just a matter of stalling or maybe even scoring as the Juliet comes back up.
Well, that was a really good double barrier coming from the side of Trinity with Marco's stealth play. Because you do have, that is probably the biggest weakness on the side of us, right? Which is just Vice's lack of defensive capabilities, which could be exploited, potentially, depending on how long this game goes by the side of a stealth.
Yeah, we do see the Steel Ultimate coming out, but it's not able to confirm, nor the dash punch as it misses. But a nice save there by Haki, as he's pressured by the entire team right now. But Zentaro is low, so yeah, if Juliet maybe finds an opportunity, but Juliet gets staggered by the ultimate and dies.
You do have basically 3 fraps on the side of us here, which is pretty concerning for Trinity. One of them already comes out to get the barrier, the other second one comes out to survive on the side of Zentaro, and secondary goes in.
An unfortunate clear angle by Haki. So Zentaro is known to do just that, just flick in front of you and steal goals. And unfortunately, there is no burst out on the field for Trinity. It just seems like Vas has one right ready to go.
You don't have any evades on the side of Os's forwards, which maybe can be something that Trinity is trying to exploit with a lot of the damage coming out of Zentaro. But with those 3 prize fighter stacks and that siphoning one, that's actually rather hard to kill him. And there it goes.
But the Jet does manage to just like kill.
Yeah, that's a really important kill. That's
and what a play!
What a play! Alex outplayed himself so hard there. The Taiko drum strikes again.
Yeah, but unfortunately the vice primary will just send it through.
Uh, the classic Taiko drum. It's the fourth player here. The 4v3 from the side of Trinity, I think. You do have the flip still on Alex, and Zendro almost getting his, which is quite scary. Marco's already 1 HP. Potentially, you do have that double barrier and a little bit of a goof coming from the side of Hockey. Really good strike shot though, getting that barrier that they couldn't. Venom trying to stall, trying to get the kill on Marco potentially, I think. And you do have the flip coming up, yeah, getting the kill on Julie, and or rather, on Estelle, and wrapping up the second set. This draft, I think, is probably going to be. It does have. It sadly doesn't have as many survivability tools, I think, as Trinity would like to see. It doesn't have any real Cyber Awakenings. It does have Among Titans, which might potentially help and could be a good pickup for Estelle, potentially. But and you do have a lot of speed and size awakenings, which is a bit of a mixed bag, I would say.
Yeah, Super Surge by Jet is not what I was expecting to see right now. But the build different from Vice is honestly something that is not very surprising. And the Among Titans on SL will help just with living in general. But it's really up to the player to see if they can make anything out of it.
Yeah, the Super Surge from Julie was probably it's not too bad, and it could probably be a deny from Vicer, which could make really good use of that Super Surge. But 4 seconds, 2 barriers, 1 goal. That's rough.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate turn of events either.
As you said, the Among Titans is going to be potentially a very good tool to help Marcus with a bit more with that size difference, but it won't help Julie very much. It won't help Ado here, as they're already staggered and getting knocked around by the drums.
It was surprisingly lives for an extra second just to die to the Zentaro primary a second later. Now it's up to Marco and Haki to see if they can defend this, and it does seem like they have it on lockdown for now, as they are yet still to lose the barrier. Thus, other lover is back. They might be able to profit off of it for just 1 second or two.
The door is still pretty low, though I think he's stagger bugged right now, so he's actually not staggered as much as it looks like he is, which is unfortunate. Since I'm pretty sure Stell was damage dumping because he thought that Zentaro was staggered. But...
Yeah, when they do manage trade kills, but now it's just a battle of stalling until who can get a better angle or not.
Those are very good kills for Trinity, especially because Estelle had flip. So that was potentially a points sealer, and this is actually a really good pick for them.
Yeah, we do see the barrage coming out and the barrier goes down with the Vice primary. And another try at the Zentaro angle, but it does not work out in his favor.
You do have the Vice score flip, sadly doesn't get it out as much as he wanted to, and strike shot miss.
The strike shot miss is unfortunate.
Strike shots for Dubu is kind of interesting because it does give him a little bit of that range that he usually doesn't have. So, for example, a normal Dubu probably have to use an ability to get that there. So he could just try to strike shot, which is really interesting. But then you also have moments like these who happen to everyone.
Yeah, a burst does come out from Zentaro, but it's not managed to confirm a kill. But the barrier does get down. As Estelle is looking low, but doesn't die thanks to taking the door at the very last second. But it's not looking very good as the Zentaro does manage to shoot the goalie from the Dubu.
The Breath Fire stacks are looking a bit better though this set compared to the other ones, as Kai doesn't have any, Zen only has 2, and actually made that 3 or 4 rather.
And the Dubu dies in an unfortunate way, and that is game.
That was just a very oppressive comp from the side of us, like getting a lot of that damage in. I probably would have liked to see Prize Fighter coming from Marco as well, especially since a lot of times they were being able to get those staggers on a lot of the enemy team, because they did get no Stagger Awakening. Estelle is really good at putting up that damage with her ability just passively on the enemy, since you actually saw Zentaro being really low a lot of the times. And we do see the replay of the double barrier. The Taiko drum strikes again. We are going to Atlab, I believe, right? As for our second map here. What comp? Yeah, we're going for Atlab. Yeah. What comps are you expecting to see from both sides here, considering what they picked for this game?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there is another KO comp over here, as it is quite popular these days. But I would personally like to see something core control. But knowing the players and knowing the playstyles, it would be quite a shock.
Atlas is a bit different because it doesn't have it's still very much able to be a kill map, though that's very dependent on how the teams use the black hole, right? If one team is able to use, if the damage-sided-minded team, or if both teams are damage-minded, that is, are able to get a lot of value out of that black hole damage, using the black hole to their advantage and putting in a lot of that extra damage on the enemy team, they could just completely steamroll. But on the other hand, if the less damage-sided team is able to take out black hole, they become way more. It becomes way easier for them to survive and to move around the map, considering that without the black hole, Atlab is actually a pretty open up map. So I think the management of the black hole is going to be very important.
Yeah, I think either way it's gonna be quite an interesting watch, as both teams are currently preparing to go into the map.
Of course, you also have the EU special of Taiko Atlab, the classic map duo that you expect to see everywhere.
Yeah, that's not a shock at all. I'd be quite surprised if those two weren't the maps played, honestly.
You do have gates though. I very much do enjoy some gates. Some gates is a pretty funky map, though it does. Probably more so than other maps, it probably has the potential to actually lead to the biggest differences in team play, considering how if one team is able to utilize the portals appropriately and the other team isn't, it just leads to such a big difference in how the game plays out.
Well, the portals are definitely something that is very interesting to see, and I'm also kind of curious to see how the teams are gonna be able to just play around them and play with them, and to see all the cool moments. And obviously, I'm kind of expecting core control on gates, but I wouldn't be surprised if it would just land on KO again.
We do love some KO, and following that trend, we have the Luna pickup for Voss. You do have the Vice ban for the start of Trinity. I guess they don't want to deal with it a second time. You do have the Luna and Amy, which are pretty damage-minded characters. I presume it might be Luna midfield here, actually, and not Luna goalie, considering the Amy pick right after. And we do have the Kai, which might go midfield, might go goalie. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, the Kai pick is definitely a risk because you don't know if the enemy team is going to play core control or just KO again. And as it's shaping out to be, it is looking like a KO game once again. But with Among Titans and all the speed on the map, it is kind of interesting to see how the teams are going to be able to just dodge cooldowns.
You do have Now coming out from the side of Trinity, which is actually a pretty reasonable response to the potentially KO-minded comp coming from the side of us, which actually gets buckled since that's Rune. Is that Luna Brawler?
If that is Luna Brawler, I am going to celebrate all day because I love seeing it in action.
That might be the Luna Brawler. I mean, Among Titans is a tricky start to make that happen because you don't have the added speed for the side of Trinity, which could give them a lot more survivability, especially with the Now on their side, which is I think a really good pickup. But we do have either double midfield coming from the side of us, or with the Luna goalie, or that's Luna Brawler, which is actually kind of exciting. It's really fun to watch, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it could also be the case of a Rune forward, which I have seen in play sometimes, and I have fallen victim to it by getting scored on. And I would love to see both scenarios, honestly.
I'm not sure. I suspect that Rune is probably just going to go on Venom Yami, so that might just be a Rune midfield. I don't think anyone else on that team plays Rune. I don't think Scream Elves does, nor I think Alex does. So it's most likely going to be a Rune midfield. I'm just very curious if it's actually Amy Brawler or Luna Brawler, because both can work as Brawler, weirdly enough.
Yeah, it is quite a shock, honestly. Either way, I think that the match is going to be definitely interesting, just seeing as everyone is flying around due to the Luna ultimate.
Prime time is a thing. Is Voss going to go both full prime time? Now that I'm looking at the trap, I don't think so, but that could actually depends on how, like, 2 kind of 3 characters that can really use prime time. I'll be very surprised if that was the case. It probably is just going to be a triple among coming from their side, but the thought actually makes me kind of excited to see what the draft is, what the draft awakening, the initial drafting is going to land on here.
Yeah, I mean, trading some speed for the extra primary would be quite a play, the power play even, because then you just can't really dodge anything coming at your way, and you're also just gonna lose a lot more interactions because you're obviously slower than the enemy. But that would be interesting to see, honestly.
They might also pull the Nidrin special, which is forgetting to draft properly and ending up with a monk with Commander with Awakening with Rune as your team takes among Titans, and you end up being a massive Rune, which is definitely a funny play.
I would like to see that, honestly.
You do it is Kai goalie here, and there is now midfield coming from the side of Trinity. I just suspect it's going to be mostly just speed awakenings from all sides. I don't think there's any Van Brace or siphoning cooking from either team here, probably.
Yep, and that's exactly the case. And
You
both teams
do
did end up going among Titans.
And it actually is the Rune forward, as you mentioned. It's the Rune forward, it's the Luna midfield.
Oh yeah, wait, it is.
Ah.
This is going to be, I think, quite interesting watch, as Marco is already low and on the verge of dying, not even 3 seconds in the game.
Yeah, everyone did go among Titans. There is no cooking to be had here today. With starting Awakenings, everyone went for the safe play.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, but it is as expected. And Marco is already, people are looking to kill him, but he doesn't manage to stay alive.
Those are some really good strikes from the side of Trinity with the Rasmus strikes. That was really good, getting 2 barriers.
Yeah, and the ultimate almost getting the surprise goal, but not quite. As Jigpat Kai does manage to get a core back.
It feels like it's being a lot less damage minded. I think that's probably a really good thing for Trinity, I would say.
Yeah, and the self-as 2 device teleport is quite a nice play right there.
You do have Venom being kind of low, actually, potentially. Rasmus doesn't have any cooldowns, I don't think. Oh, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, the kill is being secured, but will they be able to play with the power play?
Alex does have clips. I think it's going to be pretty hard to get that out of him. Until the enemy comes back, which he does. Venom, Screamals does have a slip hit. That's a really good combo, holy.
Unfortunately, Rasmus just is not able to live. The flip does get the barrier. When the teleport just a tad bit too late.
I think that this game is, at least initially, looking a lot more balanced than the previous game was. You have a lot of more. It seems like there's a lot more Trinity can do. That's really nice to pick for Marco. It seems like there's a lot of more they can do against a team comp like this, considering they aren't just getting damage dumps every second of the game, right?
Yeah, they can actually play the video game.
But you do have a double barrier coming out right at the start, which is not what you want against a team that has a lot of core control as well from the side of Trinity. Or rather, from the side of us with triple midfield potential, technically. You do have one flip on Vemyami, even though Scream Out is really low and potentially looking to be killed by Rasmus Hook, which doesn't hit.
Yeah, and unfortunately the strike misses, as I'm assuming Barrage was not up on cooldown. And even if Trinity is able to get the damage, I can't really get the confirm shot because Rasmus doesn't really have the cooldowns to get any kills.
Yeah, they don't really have a comp that is very suited to deliver that KO meta, so for them to deal the damage that they are dealing, they have to use a lot of abilities for it, which also leaves them without any abilities to confirm. Only potentially the Kai Barrage, but that's obviously something that requires a bit more coordination, right, since the Kai needs to go up to get that barrage off. So Marco would need to goalie for a little bit, which is maybe not the type of coordination that Trinity is used to.
Yeah, we see the barrage come out. Unfortunately, he's not able to kill the Clore away.
Really good of it from Hockey though, getting rid of the bandage. Not getting hit by the bandage and saving it in their barrier there.
Yeah, we do have an attempt at the goal, but unfortunately, Marco is just not on the field anymore, as the kill is able to come out.
Was that Luna Rocket into Rune Pillar, I think? Was it? I think it was, right?
Oh yeah.
No, that was kind of goofy to watch. You do have Alex Flip coming out. Really good walk up from Hockey though.
Oh, the slide miss over there? into unfortunately a goal.
You do have a 3-0, but again, this game is looking way more competitive than the last game did. But that might very much change considering what this draft is looking like with that's back of that prime time, that missile drop. What do you think here?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting draft with Kai even choosing to let aerials go just to deny the Luna more damage. And there is a lot of options here just for to live and to kill, but it is not really clear what both teams want, as now is not really left with any decent choices for her, and opting in to go just for the extra stagger.
I mean, Nexus Cycle was actually really good here, considering what Voss Team Com has with the Lunar Ruin damage, which is quite a lot. But you actually don't have spec on Luna, which you do just have Luna going peak performance. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, well, the extra speed and the stagger can be nice, but they're not really dishing out as much damage as I think they would have hoped to. And the special thing would have definitely helped with that.
Yeah, I think now actually makes it quite a lot harder for them to look for a lot of those damage lumps, right? Which is maybe the reason why they didn't want to opt into full damage focusing, wanting to go a bit more core control. As you can see from the Rune Prime Time, the Amy Aerials, and of course the Luna performance that we talked about.
Yeah, with a beautiful step from Haki over there.
Rasmus did get touched on the draft though, which is not something that to be underestimated.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's off the field for now.
Yeah, Aerial giving Amy a lot more of that potential kill range, which is something that a new point of concern for the side of Trinity, something we need to worry about a bit more.
Yeah, and Dalv's showing us the amazing run forward gameplay. He's been able to just trick Haki into going the wrong way, then scoring.
You do have Brush coming out right on kickoff, which is definitely a play. I guess they're worried about Rune Pillar right off kickoff and getting a weird goofy barrier to start.
Yeah, that
But
is
I'm not
quite an
sure
interesting choice.
Yeah, but I'm not sure Kai Barrage at kickoff is that good of an idea.
Yeah, and the burst is unfortunately able to connect to the goal. And Alex does have feeds up still, either for defense or for offense.
Yeah, it does seem like Boss is being able to get a lot of those barriers without you committing any flip or anything of the sort, which then they can just use to finish off the goals a lot of the times. I think Venom already scored like 3 goals from flips, if my mind's or 2 or 3, if my mind serves me right.
Yeah, it is quite interesting watch to see. As again, just not flipping and just defending with strikes.
Yeah, you also do another flip coming up on Rune here again. They do have 2 flips, and Alex does not eject back, leaving both of them up there.
And unfortunately, that's pay the price.
Yeah, Rune tried to cook with the flip pillar. Really taking some rare in the process, but that is just wrapped up by a really good Luna nuke coming from Venom Yami. You do have a bit of a draft with both a lot of damage awakenings and a lot of core control awakenings, which again further enhances Valve's capability of core control with the Twin Drive coming onto Luna, Monu coming onto Rune, which is more possessed than I, and Dwooper himself potentially getting a bit more enough damage from just Rune combos to maybe finish it off with Luna potentially. Has stacks coming onto Alex, giving them a bit more maneuverability and a bit more flexibility on both attack and defense, considering he's running a jet button. And Orban coming from Rasmus.
Yeah, and Stacks can really go just go unpunished because he's not dying, but unfortunately Trinity is dying quite a lot with that combo right there.
Yeah,
it's defend alone.
It's the Rune double banish into the Luna nuke completely blowing up the side of Trinity.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate for them. But it's not quite over just yet.
You do have the heavy impact on now, which is a really good pickup from Marco here. Heavy is probably one of the best awakenings on now since she gets to have secondary up constantly due to how easy it is to proc heavy impact with on it.
Yeah, with a beautiful defense over from Haki.
Yeah, Voss trying to look for the core flip into double barrier, but not quite getting it due to some well-placed strikes.
The Luna ultimate unfortunately will claim their own barriers.
You do have a lot of cook coming from the side of Voss here. Another pillar from Scream Valves looking a bit goofy, potentially serving as a tool. Trying to self-pass himself with his own pillar, but actually leading to a double barrier.
Yeah, Vas is trying to just kind of clip farm a bit, which honestly I respect a lot. I think it's quite fun to watch.
You do have Flip on Hockey, which, with an open goal on the side of Voss, might actually lead to something, but Hockey tries to use it to defend. It still loses barrier and doesn't get anything out of it, which is quite unfortunate to see.
Yeah, again the rune pillar comes out. And the Amy primary would just beat all stuns everyone right there.
I'm not sure if the clip hop actually stunned Hockey. I think he was just mentally stunned a bit there, because I don't think the clip actually hit him. I think he was just expecting the glitch hop through the core somewhere else and not towards his own goal, maybe.
That may just be a possibility. And the rune pillar
Yeah.
again blocking Haki's way.
You don't have any evades on the side of Trinity, Goldie, and midfield here, which
Unfortunately.
makes Scream wants to look for that Bandit combo, which he doesn't get due to goalie area reductions. But you do just have a Duke into core flip kill coming from Pamyami here.
Yeah, unfortunate timing over there from Haki. As he gets killed by the pillar and doesn't strike.
And that is the best of three. Two very convincing 3-0s coming from the side of us here. I'm not actually did Trinity actually score a goal in either match? I'm not sure.
That's a good question, actually. I don't remember.
I'm actually not trying to remember. I don't think they did. Which does well, it is a reasonable that considering Voss is obviously one of the stronger teams in Europe, all things considered. And Trinity is pretty sure not a team. I'm not sure if they actually competed in the promotion tournaments for USL. At least under this team, I don't think they did it?
No, I don't think so. I think this is just a fresh sim. Just everyone just having a good time.
Yeah, we do love to see that, since Taiko Temple does have, Taiko Turmoil does have a low amount of signups, which is, well, not necessarily to be expected, but it is just the way it goes, right? We do have 4 teams today, which means it is quite shorter of a bracket, but we do have 4 BO3 today for you all to watch, which is going to be very exciting to watch. And with that cue, we'll be going on break. Bye bye, folks.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you all doing? We're back. I'm Nitman. Hello.
Yep,
With
and I'm Salt.
Mr. Salt over there,
Yep, once again.
looking at some more Omega Strikers gameplay. This time we're looking at Voss versus Tofu. My team versus the inferior team, Copium. And we are once again on AtLab with Stinger and Inner Focus start. What do you think about this draft so far?
Well, it is looking interesting. The Zentaro ban, because obviously Stinger, scary. The Asher ban is something that I was honestly not expecting to see. As for the picks, again, we can see that Vas is picking Kai, Juno, and Kazan. And honestly, I am expecting a Kai goalie, but just like Copium, I would like to see a Kazan goalie as well, since I do like playing him myself.
I very much doubt it will be a Kazan goalie, right? We probably just have Kazan going forward here because Scream does play Kazan and Alex doesn't, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if that's Juno goalie or Kai midfield. I actually think that's probably Juno goalie coming from Alex since he does play it. And Venom is kind of particular to his Kai midfield here. That's probably Amy goalie is still midfield, Julie forward coming from Tofu. I suspect that's going to be inner focus Julie, inner focus Amy, Stinger Stell, maybe? Not sure. What do you think the distribution is going to be for the set of us?
Yeah, well, I pretty much the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Kazan just went Stinger and maybe Vambrace, or if maybe even a Ciphering one if feeling frisky, and the rest of the team just obviously the cooldowns, the focus is really. In my opinion, I think it's a good awakening, but I don't know if people share the sentiment.
I think inner focus is still a bit harder to point out, like to figure out if it's a good awakening or not. I particularly hate picking it because I can't see the stacks, and that bothers me to no end. I think that's probably the biggest issue with it, since you can't really tell how many stacks you have, so you can't tell how much value it's giving you, right? If you're at full stacks, it's a bit harder, easier to tell if you are or not. I think people are still trying to gauge how good that awakening is for now. So I do expect to see more fingers than inner focus, but I do still think we're going to get one or two of those.
Yeah, usually I just guess, honestly. Like I vibe it.
Yes. It's smelling like 50 stacks there this time.
Yeah, pretty much.
We do have the game starting. It is the Juno goalie, as we were talking about.
And we do have the inner focus.
You do have the Amy goalie. We do actually have 4 inner focus and 2 stingers. Actually, more inner focus and stinger picks. Both goalies and both goalies taking inner focus. Julie also taking inner focus, and you do have the Vambrace on Kazan, as you rightfully pointed out.
Yep. It is looking like a killing goal once again, unfortunately.
You do have 2 barriers already coming out from the side of Voss, getting really good attacks on the Juno goalie, on Alex's Juno goalie, or rather on the side of Tofu. Getting 2 barriers off the Juno goalie. Kazan is Tiger, and we do get the kill. Shot double kill coming from Voss. Amy combo and dash punch, and Juliet coming in actually, and you do get the goal. Really good start coming from the side of Tofu here.
I mean, Alex is just left in a really tough spot by himself, trying to defend against 3 people coming at him, as his 2 teammates just kind of got obliterated in like 2 seconds.
You do have level 2 on every member of Tofu here, while you actually still have level 1 on 2 of the members of Voss, especially that Kazan, who just got this level 2, which is a really big power spike. You do also already have 2 barriers coming from the side of Tofu, and another kill coming from the Amy goalie here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, dash punch from Julie, you just really can't defend that. As a Juno, you don't really have the tools, and the bait does not come out in time. And we do have 2 bursts coming up on the side of Tofu.
Yeah, even if the Julie doesn't get the dash punch score there, they always have Flip, which you can finish with, which is obviously really hard for us to deal with. We do have Flip coming out from the Amy, has to flip to defend one of those barriers from the Kazan, which is a really good attack coming from him. Julie does have flip, doesn't quite get the dash flip, the dash punch flip, which I suspect he was looking for. And he is looking kind of low. Voss is putting in some damage on it, but he does get that orb, putting him away from danger right now.
Yeah, and Julie did manage to also steal the orb from Alex, leaving him in a tough spot, as he really has no energy to defend against everything that's gonna come to him. And the burst does fly out, but Wood does manage to defend it.
Kazan did look for that secondary down. Fall after core flip to get the kill on Brack, but you do have another kill coming from Wood. Amy getting a lot of value this game, getting a lot of kills. Voss is kind of struggling to survive a little bit.
Yeah, but fortunately Venom is able to hold the core up, so Alex is not left by himself defending. And he can stall out until Alves comes back.
You do have that flip coming out, but it actually isn't necessary. Tofu coming in with a really strong first set, 3-0 Voss. This is quite surprising, actually.
Yeah, it was honestly just a sweep. There's no other word for it.
Yeah, really good point coming out from Tofu here.
As we're going through that, we might just see more kills flying out. As Julie does manage to pick up a bulk up, which is a really strong awakening, I want to say. If you manage to get some more staggered awakenings later down the game, then you really just become very suppressive.
You do have the spec coming in from Kai here, which is something that Tofu does need to take care to worry about now, because it does give him a lot of more kill potential. Timeless coming from the Amy really bulks up the offensive pressure that Tofu does have with the Amy ult, so they're probably going to look into playing around that with around that a bit more. And you do have the quick strike for Junior, which is kind of hidden really good play, really good pickup rather.
And unfortunately, Alves really just flies off the map once again.
Yeah, you do have Tofu is just getting a lot of kills this game, I feel. Another one coming from Pigshot. Dash Bunch getting Venom this time around. The double barrier already coming from the side of Tofu, which is just really strong. Good good passing moves between their team, and just a really good performance. Really good execution from Brack there. Hit stunning the Kazan to get the double strike in.
Yeah, and even if the goal doesn't go in, Alves is ready staggered and ready to digest once again. Honestly, the Stinger start didn't really matter because all of the kills I've seen so far are just on knockback.
Yeah, you do have almost the entirety of Tofu almost has their flip, but they are getting damage done quite a lot from Voss here. Double barrier coming out from Voss, really good attack there from the Kazan from Scream Mouse. Big Shot is looking pretty low, is staggered, and there is a Voss's counter kill, I guess, on the side of Tofu. Now they have the power play. Let's see if they can convert it to something.
And unfortunately, Wood does have energy burst, so it really is kind of tough to score in a situation like this. The ultimate also does fly out.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Amy ult getting that last hit in, allowing Wood to save her flip and not getting scored on. Another kill coming from the side of Voss on the F-Del that was already really low without any evades there. Wood still has flip, so and she is forced to pop it out, so it isn't quite over for Tofu yet. Really good strikes from Pigshot there, being able to withstand that Venom attack, and now they'll be resuming their own, trying to get barriers off of Voss here.
Yeah, really unfortunate mistook by Balls over there, but as overtime comes in, the core just starts flying.
Yeah, overtime, especially with the system with Kai spec rather, that was almost really close. Those almost a square coming from Voss. Black Hole is still up, which is something that the teams need to be worried about, especially with this overtime hit, which makes the core kind of go fly a lot more. You do have flip coming up from Venom Yummy, haven't used it defensively. There is double barrier coming from Tofu. No evades right now on Venom Yummy, which might be an angle for Tofu to kill, but they don't quite get it. They do try to go for it, but they don't quite get it immediately. But a really good ult from Big Shot getting a ult dash and follow in. Wood does have flip. Alex also does have flip, and that's a goofed overtime slimes and miscommunication from the side of Tofu.
Now, whoops, the flip just does not go out fast enough. It would look like she tried to catch it with a primary there, but just didn't really work.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Pigshot could strike, but he didn't. And then Wood thought that he struck and then didn't try to defend it. It was a bit of a weird play coming from there.
Oops. Just an unfortunate situation, honestly.
Yeah, they almost all have 3 flip though, because on looking really low, no evades. He might be dying pretty soon. Even if he does have Embrace, because there's just a lot of damage coming in. 3 flips, 1 barrier still coming in despite all the flip advantage. Kazan is pretty low, Amy flip gets damage off. Julio does come in, but Kazan is able to avoid it with a really good jump. Gets the orb and actually turns the tables on Pigshot, who is now the one looking to be killed.
And unfortunately, that does not work out for them in the end.
Really good dash button flips, getting both members of Voss. This is a kill menace. Tofu is. I'm not sure if Tofu is just playing really well and getting a lot of those kills off, or Voss is kind of floundering a little bit, being caught in a lot of positions that they shouldn't be.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Alex over there, but can he score? And yes, he can, as Wood just barely, narrowly misses the core, and it just flies past her.
Yeah, Alex is doing really good at the defense, being able to not even without evades, being able to deal with the Julie Dash Punch, and in turn resuming the attack on his own and getting a really good hit between the two members of Hot Tofu there.
Unfortunately, the barrier does fall, and Alex cannot find any cheesy kills. But they do manage to hit barriers thanks to Alex.
Yeah, you do have a barrier in turn. That's really good spec Giga coming from Venom Yami getting the kill on wood, but they still do lose both barriers. Venom Yami is staggered, Pickshot isn't quite able to finish it off. Brack rather is currently in the preview one, still managed to get up and save the barrier. Venom is still quite low. Wood is now back up, so they do have their goalie back, so they're capable of defending once again. Dash from Wood not quite getting it. Dash Punch really well. That was Slime almost pushes Pickshot off the core, but Dash Punch still goes in and they get the score here.
Yeah, the slime almost clutched, but it wasn't quite enough.
Voss looking to get their footing back in this game. There's a 2-2. This is the last point of the set. I think this is going to be very important for Voss to get if they do want to stay in this game. Because Tofu could potentially just snowball their way to victory depending on Awakenings are here. Venom Yami does have Flip. There's a double barrier coming from the side of Voss, and Flip to clinch the set for Voss. Really good point from them.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful play. And even if Venom does miss, then I'll just have his own burst and he's ready to just capitalize off that. You know, going into depth, we do see some interesting Awakenings over here. Maybe some more kills are coming out, maybe some survivability. As it seems that Juliet is probably sniping for a triple remedy just to get some more stagger and some more bulk power.
You
But
do have
he's not able to get it.
Yeah, you do have the build different than I from Mistel, not letting Kazan get that size, but Kazan does get that Reptile Remedy instead, which is really big for him since he's been staggered a lot of times. With Reptile and Van Bryce, he's gonna Van Bryce is gonna be way harder to kill. You do get the missile prop with Venom Yami as well, getting that missile prop spec, which is gonna make his ult terrifying, as we can just see. As I speak, he gets the really good kill on Pickshot. You also do have the Super Surge on Alex, which does give him a lot more offensive pressure with that eject button. So I think that's a really good draft for the side of us.
Yeah, and a beautiful kill over there, over on wood. But it seems that Brack is not really just gonna let go of the core just yet, but unfortunately he dies, and the core just slides right in.
The boss really are turning the table, so they're really commanding the first point from them, getting 3 kills over that bed and being able to convert all those kills into the barriers and eventually the goal. This draft showing how strong it was for their side, being able to get a lot of value from their newly obtained Awakening there.
Yeah, as I might say, they really just locked in with an almost a save over there by Wood, but the Amy Primary just not be able to clutch it enough. Alex is really looking to snipe at Slime.
Yeah, it was a really good double barrier from Malves there. Being able to put in the pressure, being able to get through that Amy, which does have rather weak defending compared to other goalies. Amy ult does come out, doesn't really get too much out of it. And Rami does have Flip, and Brack doesn't have evade, so that might be something that they're going to look forward to, I think.
Yeah, it seems that the burst doesn't have to fly yet, but unfortunately, when it does fly with his flight, it was just a bit late.
Yeah, that was a really good attack coming from Pickshot, getting the barrier even besides Venom Yami slip, forcing him to flip and still getting the barrier, which is just really good for them. Being able to get a lot out of the enemy team. Wood almost does have her flip. She does have it now, so they might look to try to using it for offense a little bit. Those Scream Mouse almost has his, so they can also just try to. It's going to be a battle of the flips, I guess, in terms of scoring, but really good defense coming out from Alex.
There's some beautiful skills coming from Alex, as Pickshot just isn't able to really send a cord home. As overtime starts, the Slimes do start hitting like trucks, just red coring like left and right.
Yeah, red cores are constantly really good hook from Alf, saving his own goalie from danger. He does have to flip because of the Amy combo. That doesn't really quite get there. Picked up kind of striking at goalie a little bit, not getting a lot of that attack, which could have been dangerous from the side of Tofu. Giga comes out, doesn't hit anything. Really good strike force from Pickshot.
Yeah, Alex just unfortunately misses the timing with just a millisecond, and the cord just goes past him.
This is looking like a very competitive game, I think. This is just... it's a very awesome game to watch, I think.
Yeah, everything is happening so fast. It's really just lovely to keep up with it. As Alves does have to take the better and doesn't manage, but he does get knocked out in the process, unfortunately.
Yeah, really good dash launch core flip coming from Pickshot. Wood still has her flip, and there's a lot of damage coming into Venom Yami, but she doesn't even need to use it to damage her a lot more. They do get the barrier. even though they actually wasted all their cooldowns earlier. Wood does get a really good flip kill on Als, which puts Voss, or rather on Venom Yummy, putting Voss on one man down. And Brack does have flip, so Voss really needs to be careful here.
A beautiful save from Alex, just saving it from the Jet ultimate. And from the burst coming out at his face.
Yeah, Brack does use flip, not quite getting it, but there's really just a really good pass coming from Brack. Scream out not being able to intercept that as I think he wanted to, and gives Pickshot the angle to score.
Yeah, Tofu's attack is really just nice and really coordinated, I want to say.
Makes me feel bad about my own attack. You do see a lot of good strikes coming out. Like Tofu's actually stacking a little bit on defense, trying to deal with those Juno slimes. One barrier is traded for each side. A lot of cooldowns coming from Amy, but she doesn't have many more. Giga, really good Giga from Benyami, almost getting the barrier, but the prime time on Wood actually has given her a second primary to be able to defend that quite a lot.
Yeah, and the barrier does happen to fall to Venenami. And Alf just strikes it in absolutely uncontested as they both miss their strikes.
Yeah, that was just a really good wait for him, trying to bait a little bit of the enemies trying to strike when they didn't, and just getting a little cheeky out of reach for Brack, and not quite getting the timing right for Wood, I think.
Wood unfortunately once again misses the timing just by a sliver and almost with both barriers, but managed to save one. And Pickshot does fall, putting Vice into a power play once again with a burst up. And the Amy ultimate is not able to save it.
Yeah, that was a really good combination. It was the down secondary into the Giga really getting Pickshot, catching Pickshot out and being able to get that kill off. The Waddle did come in, but it wasn't quite enough to defend, and Valve take their third set. Or rather, the second set, the third set of the game.
Yeah, and going into that tier, of course, Kazan just takes sides. Tofu is really left with a lot of good choices over here, I want to say.
You do have the peak performance coming out from Estelle. I suspect that he, instead of going to that eye, he wanted a bit more survivability and a bit more speed for midfield, which is lacking a bit. Prize Fighter does go into Julie, so that's something that Voss needs to worry about. They can't let that Julie go out of control. Extra special coming out from Kai, allowing him to get more and more value out of those Gigas. That's a really scary build coming from Venom Yami. And what unfortunately gets Temple Swing, it's just a really bad awakening for Gully here. It's kind of a dead awakening, giving Voss the definite advantage in draft.
Yeah. Unfortunate angle over there coming from the Kai ultimate.
Emil coming here, really putting a really strong offense, just choking out the side of Voss. Almost having flip on Big Shot as well because he farmed a lot of it with that ult there. They do have still one barrier up. They definitely have the attack here. Giga coming out, not quite getting it. Juno does get that strike off, and that's a really good kill from Brack on Scream Mouth.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they do have to trade that barrier for the kill. And I know just a game of stunning if... Oh, but a beautiful strike from Pickshot actually just sends it right through with the slime.
Yeah, that was just a really good barrier take from Alex, capitalizing on the stray core that left and being able to get that barrier. But that was a really weird interaction because Slime hit the core first, and before Slime could get the second hit, Pickshot actually struck it out. That was a really interesting interaction.
Yeah, that was actually a beautiful play. And speaking of beautiful plays, the core just slid right through the barrier, absolutely taking nothing. But unfortunately, I'll just have to give his life for that barrier.
Yeah, Brack was in danger there, almost getting killed, but Big Shot managed to turn the tables on Scream Owls and getting the kill on him instead. Really good barrier take. Venom doesn't flip. He's actually getting a lot of damage put into him as well. He's might be scared of dying. Wood does try to get the kill, does fail the glitch bot. And Venom does still have flips. I don't think they'll be scoring just yet.
And unfortunately, Wood does have to burn through the burst. And Venom is able to just send it through even with the Amy ultimate over there by just double stacking.
Yeah, there's just really good offense coming from the side of Voss. Wood does flip to try to defend her barrier, but actually misses, and they get double barrier from it. The Amy ult does try to defend it as much as possible, but Kai gets really two good strike cores. And another really good Giga to get the kill on Pickshot right at the start of the really good stuff coming from Venom Yami here.
You know, we just have to see if they can capitalize off of the power play, but unfortunately, it seems like Pickshot comes back before they can actually take the barrier.
Yeah, they aren't had to capitalize that much on it, and Alex is even forced to flip in that entire interaction. Tofu does get one barrier here. Brack is pretty low, so he is in danger of getting killed. Really good attack and really good layering from Pigshot on those abilities, being able to get that second barrier. Really unfortunate angle from the side of Voss, not being able to get that second barrier immediately, though they do get afterwards, and just a good old dash punch to finish off the point for the side of Tofu.
Unfortunately, Alex just doesn't have any evade to actually do anything against that, so just has to kind of take it to the face.
Once again, Tofu getting the advantage on the set, really good evade from Pigshot, denying what happened at the start of last set, not wanting a repetition of it, not dying to Giga Blast there. Brack doesn't have evades, but he isn't as easy to kill due to the team combo inside of Voss, doesn't have as much damage as their other team comps did. Flip coming out from the side of Voss, does get that barrier, Pigshot almost gets Alex with the dash punch, but not quite, he ejects back. And there is the first barrier coming for Tofu. Tofu does have flip. The Amy flip doesn't quite land. It's a bit of a wasted flip, but a really good attack, really good laser dash punch layering from the side of Tofu. Flip comes out from Venom Yami, doesn't quite get much from it. Brack just is able to stuff it out immediately with just a strike.
And we see, as we say, Alvis trying to score, but he just really can't. But unfortunately, Juliet does happen to just die to the Kai damage, just really piling up on her.
You do have Amy ult stalling here as much as possible. Really good defense coming from their side, trying to deny that power play as much as possible. Pigshot is back, tries to get a kill on Venom Yami, doesn't quite get it. Brack almost has flip, almost dies to Giga as well though. And there's just a really good striking coming from Pigshot.
Yeah,
and that's the set for Tofu.
And with the threat of the SL, they really just have no other choice but to just try ping-ponging. But
yeah, this game is coming into last set. Really good performance from Tofu. Probably being way more competitive with Voss than people would, myself included, people would consider. And this is just a really strong draft for their side as well. You do have Hotshot getting on a cell already. Kai does get one too, probably a deny from the Julie, which does get stacks, which gives her a lot more mobility. You do have Amy getting the heavy impact, which gives them even more kill potential from the side of Tofu. And what do you think about Voss's draft here?
It's really just an interesting draft, honestly. I do expect to see a lot more just kills coming from Kai because of the 1-2 punch. Just maybe able to sneak in through with some Gigas.
You do have a really strong double barrier coming from the side of Voss right at the start of the new set, trying to right their wrongs, get a good start to its potential the last set. Barrage doesn't quite connect. You do have Amy Dash coming in with the Amy turret, getting Kai staggered and getting the barrier here. Just really impressive game play from the side of Toku. Pigshot and Wood almost have the flips. Wood does have burst, which makes it a bit harder for Voss to finish off the play here. Flip does come out, which does give Voss an opening to maybe get the square in here finally. They're still a bit far away from their flips, but their Pigshot almost has this, gets rid of middle, but he is getting kind of low. Really hot shot and just red cord going everywhere, and that just really good glitch pop coming from Wood, allowing Pigshot to get the last strike in.
Yeah, that was a beautiful primary from Wood. Just stunning the goalie and also just hitting the core again towards Pigshot.
Yeah, you do almost have two flips on the side of Voss here, while Tofu only has one. Amy ult does come out trying to get that attack, and Pigshot is put really low, and Venom uses his flip to try to get the kill on him, but it's just not enough. The dash punch does come in, try to get a revenge kill on, but doesn't quite finish it off with Kazan Umbrella. You have flip coming out from Kazan, getting that second barrier, and let's see if Voss can finish off with this power play here.
Oh, and unfortunately, Brack just gets a beautiful ultimate and is able to just keep the core over on the enemy side. As almost gets dash punched.
Yeah. You do have the flip on Brack here as well, potentially being their opening to score him the last goal. That's just really good, interesting interaction because Giga tossed Stella away, but she tried to dash away from it. Really good finish from Scream Alex here. Wood does flip, trying to get the last score, doesn't quite get it, and Alex just capitalizes on that and gets the last point there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the miss burst really just spills the dead demise header.
There is no considered flip advantage right now. It's just 1-1. This game is really tight. Both teams are being incredibly competitive with each other. Flip does come, Giga does come out. Doesn't quite get much from it. Tofu does get their first barrier, trying to look into getting the second one. Black Hole does get bursted. Voss trying to mount the second attack, but they don't quite get it. Kazan tries to get core control, misses the hook there, which is a bit unfortunate for him, but he's trying to layer the ability as much as possible. Attack does come. Brack is looking low, though does get that that orb, denying a lot of that.
Yeah, the barrier technically does finally fall, as Alex gets burst from that orb.
Yep, he does have burst, which is going to make it hard for Toph to get that second barrier. And Venom Yami and Scream also actually not that far away from their flips either. They do have an attack mounting right now, but they don't seem to have anything to try to finish it off. The Assault Laser nearly gets it, trying to follow up with the Julie ult, but they don't quite get it. Flip does come out from Alex. Alex defensively trying to get it. Really good layering, being able to get that last barrier, and Alex doesn't have flip anymore. Big Shot does, Brack almost does, but the really good Giga gets Brack, denying their opportunity to maybe score with that, putting Voss into a power play.
Yeah, beautifully defending from wood over there. Absolutely nothing gets past her. And she still has it, even though cooldowns are just flying her away, but unfortunately the barrier does fall eventually.
Both forwards for both teams have flip here, putting this really close, really good flip and instantly striking it with Kazan closed umbrella right into the corner of Toku's goal. Really well played from Scoomer out there.
Yeah, beautiful play. They're sending two people who just were not expecting it.
You do have two flips on the side of Tofu here. They probably are going to try to get something from it as much as possible. They do lose first barrier, though Kaigiga doesn't get any kills. Brack has no evades. Emil tries to get the first barrier, but isn't quite able to. Though a misstrike from Remyami does give him that first barrier that they were looking for. Flip does come out from Wood. She has to flip defensively to try to get it. Dash one from Pickshot almost gets the barrier, but not quite. And Voth is actually getting the second barrier themselves, trying to put on the pressure and get the best of Tofu here.
Yeah, with a beautiful press spam secondary from myself though, the barrier far, but it doesn't matter as the corner is able to go forward to Venom where he just bursts and finishes up.
Yeah, really good flip from Venom here, securing the first match for them in this BO3 though. It was incredibly competitive, really good game coming out from both teams, I think.
Yeah, that was really good. That was a really entertaining game to watch, honestly.
It does seem like, especially in this last set, the nerves might have gotten the better of Tofu here, especially because, for example, Pickshot held this slip for a really long time, not being able to get anything from it. No kills, no bears, no anything. They took a bit too much time with it, I think. But Voss just being able to take advantage of that moment of weakness and being able to just get two really good scores in one after the other with through their flips, securing their first map for this hopefully really exciting series.
Yeah, I was honestly expecting a 5-5 banger, but it looks like Venom just is able to close it out even without it. And I am really excited for this other map. Honestly, I am quite surprised to see how they were gonna do on Gates. The Gates is known to be like a more team-oriented map, so I really just want to see how they're gonna able to make it work.
Yeah, Gates is just a really interesting map. There's a lot of things that can be done with the map, a lot of funky and weird picks that you can try to mount for it. So I am actually very excited to see how this is going to play out, what the two teams are going to pull off. What comps, what characters do you think are going to be a priority here for both teams on this Gates map, Salt?
Well, honestly, I would personally I would love to see just now because that's my pick on Gates, but I'm not actually quite sure if any of the players do play now. But either way, she's known to just be a strong pick on Gates, so I wouldn't be surprised. I would also be able, or not be able. I would be quite shocked if I didn't see a Rune pick on this map, maybe from Venom.
Now pick. Would you expect it to go midfield or goalie here? Because I'm pretty sure she can play in both positions, right? Well, which one do you think is stronger?
Well, I am just slightly biased, but I want to say goalie.
I mean, those Doritos can be quite troublesome, especially with the portal play. If it's done properly, they can be pretty powerful for both teams, depending on how it's played out properly. And you did mention the Rune is also a really good pick here, being able to suffocate a lot of those corner chokes with his pillars and getting a lot of value out of banishes because of the way the barriers are angled. So I'm actually really interested to see if. As you mentioned, these two picks are going to be a priority for either team, or if we're going to see something completely different. Maybe expecting to see also some Dubu action, maybe some Estelle priority, because Estelle's also really strong as both goalie and midfield on this map. So I wonder what we are going to see on the second map.
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't think I'm gonna be seeing any more Rune forward from Alves this time around, but I would be quite happy if I see Venom on Rune, or maybe Rune is even just banned because they're too scared of it.
That doesn't seem to be the case, at least from the side of Tofu. Banning Amy, trying to deny that Alex epic. You do have a prize fighter and quick strike sword, which might be a good entry point for some of the teams to play a bit more damage minded with that prize fighter start. You do have the Asher Band from Voss, also really strong pick for this map, and the big shot is particularly comfortable with. You also have the Estelle getting that first pick, as I mentioned, the really priority pick on Estelle, probably trying to flex it into Wolf goalie in midfield. Which is quite an interesting point to what their comp is going to look like, I think.
Yeah, it's shaping out to be really interesting. Again, with the prize fighter start over there, and with the quick strike, just whoever picks quick strike is gonna just have no energy to evade. So honestly, I don't think it's gonna get picked a lot. Maybe by goalies, but with we do see the rune pick flying out, of course, from Vass, and I am expecting it to be Venom this time, because if I see rune forward again, I might actually just freak out.
You do have the Kai that could go goalie. I don't. It might actually still be the rune forward here, because I think Kai midfield is also a pretty strong pick on this map. So I'm actually very curious to see how they're going to approach this Gaze draft. You do have the classic Frostfire comp coming from Tofu once again, getting the Julie forward for pick shot, getting the Dubu goalie for wood, that making that still go midfield, and you do have that last Rasmus pick for the side of us.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because as far as I'm aware, Erasmus doesn't really have as many tools to confirm the kills as any other forward. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to capitalize on that.
I think both teams might actually have just gone with a bit of the same philosophy, which is we're going to take comps that both work per killing and both work per core control, and we're going to try to see how each draft shapes up, and we're going to try to focus on those a bit more, because from the side of Oz, they can get a lot of damage from rune banishes and a lot of good confirms from Kai Barrage and Rasmusuk, whereas from the side of Tofu, they can get a lot of passive damage coming out from Estelle and just really good finishes coming from the side of Pickshot. Especially those that punches are going to be a point of concern. Voss really needs to be careful with how they're going to be dealing with those.
Yeah, I don't think Pixar is just gonna get dumped at every opportunity, because getting rid of those prize fighter stacks is really just something that should be like their top priority.
What are you thinking gears here for both the goalies and the forwards coming out on this map, considering the prize fighter start?
Well, we do know that Alex loves his eject button, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an eject button Kai over here. But as for Wood, I am expecting either a momentum boost or maybe just a pauldrons.
The pauldrons does give a bit of an angle towards pulling for that prize fighter start, maybe trying to get some, because Subu was surprisingly able to get a lot of kills in this Gates map with chokes, with that just somersaulting and using log into corner, trying to maybe get some cheeky kills on the forward there. So pauldrons might be the play to try to abuse those kills, but we'll see if she decides to go that route, or she decides to go momentum boost and try to play a bit more for core control and a bit more for offensive pressure, I think. You do have also the Kai, who probably could take eject button. Alex also obviously being a bit more partial to his eject button gameplay, which we do see come out from him. That's a full quick strike for the side of Austin, full prize fighter for the side of Tofu. That's actually a really interesting draft here.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be struggling quite a bit against the KOHS, because they're not gonna have all of that energy to just evade all of the damage coming at them.
I think it's just going to be a matter of how much damage Tofu is going to be able to put out, because especially early game, the Julie and Dugu don't actually have a lot of that damage potential. A lot of it is going to be resting on the shoulders of Estelle, which they hopefully they are able to put on, but we'll see how it goes. Banish coming from Venom Yami, and a really good pillar play, allowing for both barriers to be taken for the side of Voss. Level 2 on most members except Alex. A really good dash punch coming from Pickshot and good laser coming from Brack, allowing them to get that first barrier. And the Rune Pillar almost getting that score for the side of Voss, but not quite. You do have Voss trying to mount an attack. Rasmus really getting a good self pass, but Brack doesn't quite win the strike war against Rasmus and ends up getting scored on. And you do have level 1 on both midfield and forward for the side of Tofu, which is hampering them a bit. Whereas only Alex didn't have level 2 quite yet. But now you do have Alex having that Giga, still having that Crystal Warp. Really good double banish coming from Venom Yami, putting Pickshot really low, potentially looking into taking that first price tag away from him. Would trying to walk up a bit more, being a bit more, putting a bit more pressure on their offense, using ult trying to get the barrier. Not quite. Big Shot has to evade. Hook does miss. Wood does have core flip, but Big Shot is still in danger of being killed. But he does finally get that orb there and tries to go for the dash point, but doesn't quite get it.
Yeah. The Kai ultimate is just able to take the barrier by stunning Wood. And the core goes flying once again. But there are two bursts on the side of Tofu and only one on the side of us. But it is looking like no one's looking to just shoot them out just yet.
Yeah, Voss is playing a bit defensively here. Asmus playing really far back, trying to make sure that Tofu doesn't get a lot of those attacks you're looking for. Giga almost gets Brack, but not quite. Bigshot is really low, being forced to go back and try to get that orb. Flip coming in from Brack defensively, not quite getting much. Barrage kind of knocks it out. Red almost gets the Estelle, but not quite. Overtime making the score go red constantly. 3 flips on the part of Voss, trying to make a lot of use out of it. Rasmus needs to use his to try to get that that barrier finally. Wood tries to ult, but then not quite. Flip coming from Wood now, defensively trying to get it out. No flip on the side of Tofu anywhere, but that's really clutch save coming from Wood.
Yeah, almost a goal by the Room Pillar over there, but just would barely catch it. As Venom tries to do it again with those cheeky pillars.
You still have Alex with that flip, probably looking for an opportunity to try to go in. Giga maybe tries to cheekily trying to get it with overtime hit, but not quite. Really good save from Alex, really sticking to the barrier corners. Venom trying to mount an attack. Alex not actually looking to try to attack all with the slip, which is a bit surprising considering the eject button start. And he actually gets kind of baited into using said flip, and which makes them lose a bit of offensive pressure. Wood ult coming out, denying Venom a lot of the angles that he wants to get in. Pickshot getting that dash punch flip on Scream Elves, getting that kill. Really important kill for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they can really put on the power play a lot as Alex is holding it down for just a minute. He does lose his barrier, but he still seems to have it as he defends the dash bench.
Yeah, that's much less good. Voss does have the core here. Really, really cheeky core. Venom trying to get it between the two defenders on Tofu's side. No flips on the board right now. No immediate danger. Alex is really good at Jack button, waiting that strike going against Bracken there in their second point.
Yeah, Wood is really making a lot of saves that really look like they should be going in, but they're just not. So she is holding it down pretty well. But unfortunately, they can't really get any value of the power plays as Alex is just really be able to hold it down.
Yeah, they do get that first barrier, but they're the second barrier rather, but they're not able to close it out, not making enough use of the power play to switch this map in their favor. I think Voss is just putting on a really good performance here, trying to shake away their demons from the last game, not wanting to a repeat of it. Getting their first barrier, really good attack coming from Yami. Log doesn't quite get the defense that they wanted to. Trying to pass these Alex's eject button, but not quite working, giving the first barrier to the side of Tofu, and a second barrier to the side of Voss due to a slight misposition from Wood, followed into the Rasmus primary, and the third goal and first set for Voss.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wood walks up just a bit too far and isn't able to save a goal in time. And as we're going into the draft, DT is looking up like we have quite a few strong options for Rune here. Who is first pick?
Yeah, you do have that hot shot, you do have a cast less that stacks, all really good pickups for Rune, but he does choose to go with that hot shot, giving the glass cannon over to Wood, who probably wants to try to get a bit more speed considering the Pauldron start, trying to mitigate a lot of that, the issues with not taking that momentum boots. Rampage does go on to Rasmus, trying to get a lot of that side stacking. Stacks goes into Estelle, potentially giving her a bit of more speed angle, trying to control that midfield a bit more, which is something that Tofu seems to be struggling with a bit, and Savas are just putting on a lot of pressure. Castellas coming to Alex, potentially being able to give him a lot more leeway to get a lot of value out of those eject button plays, and explosive entrance coming from Pickshot, which could be a potential dangerous pickup if they are able to use it to let it get a lot of cheeky KOs and snowball those prize fighter stacks.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pickshot is already staggered and on his way to dying. If Vas can just confirm the kill, but he's quite juking them quite well as of right now, as they tend to go for the core control, and unfortunately, it slips right past Wood's fingers.
Yeah, again, really good pressure from the side of Voss, not giving Tofu any moments to breathe, being able to passively put a lot of that damage onto their team despite not having a singular damage-minded awakening. Being able to put a lot of damage onto Big Shot, which is really good ability usage coming from their side. and just Tofu seems to be struggling a bit with getting a lot of those scores out, but they do seem to be still mounting pretty decent offensives with Dubu ults and the liking, but really good Giga from Kai getting the kill on Estelle.
Yeah, with the banish coming out, unfortunately, it doesn't feel like Venom can actually get it out of Big Shot's grasp. As Tofu is able to relatively hold it down, only losing one barrier.
Yeah, that was a really important kill for the side of Voss, since they got both stacks away from Estelle and Prize Fighter stacks. A really good offensive, being able to get the second barrier, forcing flip, but not quite getting it out. Really good strike shot coming from both of the defenders of Tofu here. Brack trying to go aggressive and get the second barrier, not quite. Flip goes to Stream Mouse, trying to get the finish off. Doesn't quite get it. Portal Play does get the barrier for Hot Tofu. They are on the defense now, almost getting it. Venom Yami does have flip, but doesn't seem to get a really angle to do it. Really good. Batnish getting Brack here, flip trying to get the kill, but really good, just solid defense coming from Tofu, but they do get the kill on Estelle, giving them the power play here.
And unfortunately, now we're just kind of in the tough situation. Probably not having any other cooldowns to defend that, and not reaching the core with the somersault just barely.
Yeah, really good hook coming from Scream Mouths, able to get it out of Wood's effective range. As you said, not being able to get that somersault in. And Venom is just level 7, 3 levels ahead of both forwards on the side of Tofu. Just a really, I think, imposing performance from Venom Yami, being able to control this midfield just really well, I think.
Yeah, as I said, the room pick is really something that I would be scared of as well, like no matter what, because on this map, there's just so many places where you just don't have really where to clear at times, and the room can just really cover them really well.
Yeah, Rune is just a really impressive pick, and Venom Yami is making it look so. Giga and Pendulum Sing trying to get the kill on Lumberback, but not quite. Pickshot does have flip, trying to mount an offense, trying to get their first barrier, doesn't quite get it. Breck almost has his, but Voss now is on the offense, getting a lot of those rune pillars, trying to suffocate Wood into losing their second barrier, but doesn't quite get it. Alex does eject button in, stays in a little bit, has his flip, but doesn't quite get from it. Almost 3 flips on the side of Tofu, probably trying to look into getting something from it. Giga from Kai trying to put pressure in. Really good evade from Scream Alves, denying Pickshot the dash punch flip kill, and putting once again putting the pressure up on Hot Tofu. Flip does come out from Wood, have to use it for defense. Brack also has to use hit for defense, but does actually get a barrier from it. Alex still has his. Giga coming out, not quite in getting the kill. Really good dash punch from Drooling, forcing out the Alex score flip, and Boss is on the bit of the defense here, trying to again, Rasmus is putting really far back, basically playing with 3 defenders, but it doesn't quite work out for them. Pickshot still gets the ult out, getting that second barrier, and giving Tofu a moment of respite before getting cooked by Venom Yami's hotshot Rune.
Yeah, unfortunately, in overtime, that really just hits like a truck. There's really nothing you can do to stop it. And we're going to draft here. We also see again some really solid picks for Rune, even though he's not really first pick this time around, he's third. But again, he has so many options, which would only make him even more oppressive than he already was.
You do have aerials coming out on Kai, potentially giving him even more maneuverability during that eject button. Deadeye coming from stealth, potentially giving him the angle to look for a bit of those cheeky edge KOs with Prize Fighter and Deadeye kills. Missile Prop coming from Rune, giving a bit more damage on his banish and a lot more range, potentially serving as both a deny from the Dubu and a pickup for from himself. Scream Out does get that bulk up, which is a really strong pickup, and Tempo Swing going to Pickshot, which is actually not that strong of a pickup, but it's really not mattering because Voss gets a really good double barrier right at the start of the new set.
And unfortunately, Wood is in a tough situation as another pillar just flies to the core right past her.
Yeah, again, really good pillar from Venom Yami. Being able to take the core away from Wood's hands before she was able to ult and mount the proper offense. Just a really just domineering performance coming from this midfielder.
Yeah, the room pick was definitely the right choice right there. I see he just controlling the field as he wishes.
Dash from Pickshot, not quite getting that kill. Venom Yami seeing it and being able to dodge it without even using a flip. Kai tries to force forward with Barrage, doesn't quite get it. Pillar misses. Hook does get through, once again mounting an offense for Voss. They are one barrier down. They still have 2 barriers to take, but they are still very much trying to mount an offense. That's from Yami coming out, actually catching wood from so far away to the missile prop range, giving them their first barrier and keeping up the pressure with the rune pillars, and Rasmus really getting it through. Dubolt comes out, doesn't quite get it, and Alex finishes it with an eject button barrage.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does look like Vats coming up with 2 bursts soon, while Tofu really is just still trying to build up their first. As Venom,
Do
yeah,
have
he wants to get pillars.
You do have a lot of near core flips from the side of Boss, which keeps further increases their chances of getting the set. First barrier does come out from really good Giga into Rasmutok, allowing them to get that first barrier. Portal play is not getting much from it. Really good cutoff from Bragg, trying to mount an offense of their own on their side. TikTok trying to get a dash punch flip on the kill, but forcing Scream out to flip to not get killed himself. First barrier does go down, both Alex and Big Shot do have their flips. Alex comes out first. Buliol doesn't quite lock the core as much as they wanted to. Voss is now mounting their own offense with Rune Pillar trying to get it out. 2 flips on the side of Tofu on both Wood and Pigshot. No portal play coming from the side of Voss. Voss is just really trying to close it out as much as possible with these 2 flips. Do get their first barrier. Wood does still have her flip. Pigshot does still have his, but not sure if it's enough. Wood forces him out. Hook trying to get the dude away from the core, not quite getting it. And Tofu struggling, trying to being really hungry for that barrier, but not quite there. The loot score goes to Scream Owls, and he's able to finish off this game and this series with a statement of a game coming up from Voss.
Yeah, honestly, that was just a really entertaining game to watch once again. Like, just watching them go at each other is really something that I haven't really seen in my lobbies personally. And again, seeing Venom's rune is just such a masterpiece. As he just really seems to, he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, it was just a really imposing performance coming from Voss, shaking off their demons from the first game, almost losing but being able to mount the comeback. A really close, tight game on Adlab, and then just coming out on gates, winging, and getting a really imposing 3-0 win over Hot Tofu, sending them into the losers bracket.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can get out and try once again at the spot of champions. But as it stands right now, they're just gonna have to crawl their way to hell and back up to heaven.
Yes, we do have Tofu coming up soon. Once again, playing the losers bracket, trying to, as Salt said, claw their way back into winners bracket to get revenge on Voss here. But that will be it for us for now. We are going to go into break. Thanks for watching these really past 2 games, and hope you stick around for the next 2.
And welcome back, everybody, to Loser Finals. I am now here, replacing Salt, Immaculator, and I'm still joined with the beautiful Nichun guy.
Hello. I'm back.
We had some issues with my orb breaking stream. I hope that it does not do that again. So let's hope stream stays alive. We're already in character draft, and we see Among Titans and Reptile Remedy, which is probably going to be Among Titans all around.
Yeah, you do not have a lot of kill pressure coming from either comps we see here. Kai, now Rasmus coming from Pink, trying to be a bit more core control minded. Not sure if the now is going to go midfield or goalie. I'm curious to see where that's going to go. But then you have Tofu's comp, which is also a bit more core control minded. The Rune presumably going on Brack here, going on midfield. While if Juno goes goalie, I think that's where it's going to be. And more likely than not, it's going to be a full Among Titans lobby, I would say.
I mean, that is probably where we're going. Looking at the character picks for the map as well. Now likes the portals, or rather likes to block the portals. Rune does the same. Asher is just good. I would assume you know better where that Asher is going, if it's forward or goalie. Probably forward, right?
Considering Pickshot, I've never seen that person play Juno or Rune. I presume that it's going forward. Yes.
I don't know what you guys are cooking.
If he first picks Juno in this, I would be incredibly surprised. We do have the now going for Potat here, going goalie, or rather going midfield because Bastel wasn't a draft. It's going to be Kai goalie now midfield, which is a bit unusual because I think most nows actually go goalie when played on Obscura, so that's an interesting development. We do have the Juno goalie, we do have the Asher forward, but you do have the momentum boots Juno instead of a eject button, which is quite a curious pickup.
When you started the sentence, I was kind of hoping that you would say, we have Reptile Remedy on Asher with double size. Sadly, we do not.
It's all Among Us. It's all Among Us. It's all Among Us. We do not have the goofy Asher size now. We don't. That is true.
It is not a goofy. It is most reasonable.
Well,
that like a true Asher main.
What isn't being as reasonable is Tofu's defense here on this first point, getting the first barrier taken. Potat playing really aggressively on this guy, walking up a lot, even without his eject button being up, which is quite clear for Kai players to do that often without their cooldowns up. Tofu does get their first barrier in response. Brack is still on level 1, doesn't quite have the banish until now, which might unlock a bit of their attack here. Really good triple banish, putting Grim into really low HP. Pickshot almost tries to finish him off, but can't, giving them the double barrier. Potat replies with a really aggressive Kai, getting that second barrier for them as well, but almost gets scored on in return. But they are able to defend it. Really good Giga, getting the core away from him. He does have flip. He does flip, but really far away from the core, giving the first point to Tofu.
Really good pillar there from Rune, sending it past Potat, who, if I remember correctly, is on the NA ping, so a bit on the slower side to react sometimes.
That might have definitely been the cause for a bit of that discrepancy between flip and core. Might have been a bit of the responsibility for that goof up. But you do have two core flips on the side of Tofu. They don't use either and get both their barriers taken. Big Smoke Manager does have his core flip, probably looking into getting a score with that one. Pickshot's really low, getting damaged a lot by that Kai Barrage. But he does get the orb, putting it a bit away from danger for a little bit. But a really good core flip from Big Smoke Manager gets the score on Hot Tofu 1-1.
Really nice offense there from Grim and Rasmus, setting up with the flip and the primary. Really hard to defend.
do have the first barrier coming over for the side of Hot Tofu, and they do get the kill on Big Smoke Manager as well. Pigshot does have his flip, does get the barrier with it. Brack almost has his, would have hers. They're probably going to try to look to finish the point with it, but they don't even need their flip. It's a really good passing plays between the two of them, and some help from Juno Slimes to get that second point in.
Match point in set 1, and you see a lot more energy on the side of Tofu, which is always a good sign if you're already ahead, right? You want to keep that pressure up, not give the other team a chance to come back, and right now they're on the defensive side, but surely will be able to convert here.
Really good stun from Grim, not allowing Brack to get a bit of that strike to beat out the Kai Barrage, which is a potentially dangerous angle. As you mentioned, they do still have two flips. One of them is probably going to get popped to the fencer since the attack is being very. They actually don't pop either flip, and they lose their second barrier instead, and they pop both to try to avoid getting scored on now, and only one of them. That is a bit of a miscommunication there. Really good banish from Brack, getting the goalie and the Rasmus, being able to give them their first barrier. They do mount their attack now. Juno is trying to get the core out. She does get it out with the help of with a really good well-placed primary. Giga does go, doesn't hit. Potat does have flip, probably looking to play aggressively to try to get that flip out. He doesn't get that chance, and he has to use it defensively, getting it forward. Grim does have his flip, trying to probably look for an angle into scoring with it, but Pigshot is looking to get that KO, not letting him get really close to the walls. Weird pillar take by Grim, giving Asher the complete control of the core, and not flipping there, which gives them the point and the set.
Quite the unfortunate angle, I would say. From Potat there taking their own barrier and then losing strike war to Pigshot. Looking at the draft, I see not a lot, honestly.
You do have the heavy impact on now, though, which is a really good pick for her. Prize Fighter going on Asher might be a dangerous thing for the side of Ping Pong, since they have been getting killed a decent amount by that Asher. We do get explosive entrance on Kai, which is a really good pickup for his eject button shenanigans. Rune does get a bit of a dead making on Rampage, but we do have this specialized training on Rasmus, which could prove troublesome if used properly against the side of Tofu.
We also already had Reptile Remedy again, so it wasn't taken as a starting awakening, wasn't taken even in the first rotation.
People don't seem to like Dreadgar, not even in Awakenings, but that proves to be no issue for Ping Pong. Even if everyone hates Dreadgar, they can still take Burst Barrier. These two things are very related, I swear. There's a really good offensive being mounted by the side of Tofu, being able to take the first barrier with really good rune pillars. Now's drone actually gets cut off and they're being able to get much use of it. A lot of the slimes, really good pressure coming from Tofu, really good layering on their positioning and abilities and strike horse, being able to get both of those barriers. Ping Pong tried to get their attack now. Banish doesn't quite hit Big Smoke Manager, he barely manages to escape it, but a really good walk up from Patat give Ping Pong their second barrier. Pigshot almost has his flip, probably going to try to look into getting into the score with it, but Potat does have his, which gives them an angle to respond. Really good secondary into strike back from Pigshot, but doesn't quite get a lot from it. Potentially dangerous score there, but doesn't quite get the right angle for Hot Tofu to be able to score that on Potat. What does have her flip? Hook from Rabbit almost hits with it, almost makes the core in, but wasn't quite there. Grim almost has his flip, which does give Ping Pong another layer of potential being able to score on. Would have to pop her flip to a really well-placed score from Potat, and Grim finished it off with his own flip, getting the first point of the set.
Really nice try there from Wood, trying to defend it, but Grim with the counter flip, getting the goal in the end.
Asherold does come out, not being able to quite get a barrier from it immediately, but that does still have his flip, but not looking to use it very aggressively right now because he doesn't have a eject button anymore. Hot Tofu does have two flips on both their forwards. Pillar, but with the scary Pillar, it could potentially have led to a core squeaking by, but they managed to save it in the meantime. They're now on their own attack. The core does get through, which is a bit scary for them, since Wood does not have his aid, so she can't really deal well enough with Rasmus, but they do get managed to do some pillar play. Brack is really low when a really good flip from Big Wolf Manager gets the kill on him, denying Tofu one of their flips. Giga coming on pro Potat, putting Fishshot kind of low, which is an angle that can also look trying to deny both the flips with KO. Passing plays between the two of them don't quite lead to anything. Astral locked out Big Wolf Manager from getting that finish off. Banish into double pillar, put Big Wolf Manager and stagger, but they can't quite finish it off. Flip coming from Potat, really good defense from Wood, being able to bounce the core between the two edges there, not getting the score in. Pickshot is staggered, but he does have Flip, probably looking to using it before he gets killed off by one of their opponents. Barrage comes off, doesn't get the kill. Pillar does get it, so they don't even have to use Flip for the barrier. Pickshot is still kind of low, but almost unstaggered. He is now unstaggered, trying to look to finish off with a flip. Gwym has his own, and both goals are open, so whichever team is probably be able to make best use of this flip right now probably does get the point. Hook from Big Wolf Manager doesn't quite get it. Pickshot tries to get the KO on Big Wolf Manager and doesn't get it either. Really good KO from Potat, but isn't enough to finish it off. Grim does try to balance it. Pillar from back gets it off. Banish coming off, trying to put more damage into Grim, who is now looking to get killed. His ult does come out, and his secondary does come out, which puts him away from danger, and gives them another chance of using that flip to score. The Barrage coming out, not quite getting it. Really good flip from Pickshot, and Potat isn't quite able to defend it there. With a really good strike wire layering from Pickshot.
Pickshot getting that goal, giving the Trendy ability to breathe, in fact. Very important here. Looking at the energy right now, pretty even. Pickshot obviously just used Flip, but also on the side, on the defensive side of Ping Pong, no Flip available.
Really good banish coming out from Brack here, being able to buy him enough time to go get his orb and to reposition, setting up an attack from the bottom barrier. Wood is walking up right now, even though she doesn't have a attack button, by switching positions with Brack when he went to get that orb. Wood does swap her flip, gets the barrier, and Potat needs to use his defensively. They do get it out, and they do get a barrier in response. Really good teleport from Brack, gets him in a really good position to try to get it in. Giga doesn't quite land, which proves a bit troublesome from the side of Ping Pong. They do still have an attack mounting, but goofy gameplay doesn't actually allow them to keep that offense going, and just a really good block from Pickshot, being able to use his abilities in a way to keep the core in and get that score.
Really nice offense here on the side of Tofu, trying to get to the point of being 2-0 up. Always a good point to be, especially in the first game. You want to get back to the grand final, so having such a good attack right now, having everything work out quite well as well, really something that you can and have to appreciate right here.
They saw, yeah, there was really unfortunate barrage from Potat. He walks on top of core, but sets the barrage for safety, but doesn't actually hit the barrage. It goes right through him. That's a bit heartbreaking.
We blame the ping. Trust.
Yes, you always blame the ping. However, ping will not save them from this draft, which is actually looking quite strong for the side of Tofu. Now does get Monumentalist, which is actually a really good pickup for her. Might provide a bit of an issue for the side of Tofu, but they do get the extra special on Rune, which is massive for the character, especially because Brack has been able to get a lot of value out of his banishes. 1-2 goes on Juno, which is also one of her best awakenings. And Asher does get Missile Prop, which is a bit of a dead awakening, making Ping Pong actually probably get the upper hand on draft here.
As an Asher player, I can tell you, Missile Prop, it's either you really use it a lot and it works out well, or you don't use it at all and you don't realize it. So I'm interested in seeing how Pickshot does it here.
He did already use his ult right now, so he doesn't have it up, so we can't quite see that yet. But they do get the first barrier on Ping Pong, being able to get it through. Really good block from Big Wolf Manager, not letting Brack get that pillar off. Secondary doesn't from Pickshot doesn't quite get anything. Banish two people, letting them get the first barrier. Good hook from Big Wolf Manager, trying to get Face-Out out of the core, but isn't quite enough. They're still getting pressured by the side of Hot Tofu. Really honestly trying to mimic what Vaz did to them in the last game, trying to pressure them and not letting up any of the pressure and trying to choke them out of Rune Pillars. However, there's a really good kill coming out from the side of Ping Pong, getting a kill on the goalie and having the Asher staggered, which gives them a bit of a lifeline. trying to get the score, get one of the barriers, but loses the other one out of position. Potat does have his flip. He does manage to dodge the banish in a really impressive way. And they do have 2 flips. Giga gets it, gets Redcore through. Overtime is making it a bit scary for Hot Tofu because the games can be just be deadly at any given moment. Brack does have his flip. Big Book Manager gets his, forces Brack to use his defensively as well. Really, Redcore just flying all over the place. These goalies really have to stay on the tips of their feet, trying to not get caught off by some really weird red cords coming out from the other side of the field or portal place. Now ult comes out, able to go back in. Kai does not have the jet, so he can't really use that flip aggressively as he probably wants to. Banish from Brack makes them headed out of play for a little bit, but they do manage to get their bearings back, and that is a really big miscommunication from the side of Ping Pong. They tried to pass to each other, but they ended still scoring. Oh,
I do not know if I can call that a MOBA moment. I don't know if Grim plays MOBA or not. But that looked more like a missed pass than anything else.
Potat does have to use this flip to get the core out, but he does get one barrier out of it for consolation from that last play. Pink Shot is pretty low, and he does almost have flips, so Ping Pong is going to look into putting some damage into it. They do lose one of the barriers in return. Pink Shot is staggered, but I'm not sure they have any tools to finish him off right now. He does get that orb and potentially saves himself for now. Rasmus Primary doesn't get the kill off. Giga comes out, probably not hitting the angle if he wanted to. Pickshot is not staggered anymore, trying to get that second barrier with his flip, but he isn't able to. But Woods does flips and gets her own score, but Grim does have the kill on Pickshot, would actually give the power play over to Ping Pong. They try to get the second barrier with it, they don't quite get it, and the hot shot, or rather the 1-2 makes the core go flying. But Potat miscalculated. The core didn't stay red, and his barrage was way too early. Giga almost gets Brack. Yep. Giga almost gets Brack, not quite. Big Book Manager does have flip, probably trying to get the second barrier with it. Does flip and does get it. Really well played in his positioning. Hot Tofu was a bit too stacked. Rather, Lukewarm Tofu was a bit too stacked on the top side of their barrier. Ping Pong does lose their first barrier. Really good pillar from Brack. Does get the second one. No flip right now on the field, so no team needs to be particularly worried about those. Really good hook from Brack, Big Book Manager on Brack. Almost gets that out, but it's really well played strike from Big Book Manager, abusing a lot of the movement speed he has from stack to be able to send that core into the corner there. Potat almost has his slip, which you might want to look at defensively. Banish from Brack doesn't get much value, although it hit 2 people, because Big Smoke Manager managed to keep it up with a lot of his kit. A good pillar from Brack, but doesn't quite get barrier since Gwyn is able to reposition properly. Really good combo from the side of Ping Pong, getting the kill on Brack with a Giga into Dorito, but that isn't quite enough. Even if they have the power play, they still lose both barriers to Pigshot. A bit of a misclear from Potat leads to that. Pigshot almost has his flip, so he's trying to look into using it aggressively. Grim has to use his defensively. They do manage to get it out for the time being. Vanish comes in, Grim doesn't have his aids, and the Giga gets blocked by the Asher.
Really nice to finish the game. Basically perfect. Vanish gets now away and just is able to win Strike War by avoiding Strike War.
Yeah, I think Potat wasn't quite expecting the banish to come in. Maybe I guess he didn't notice that the now had no evades, so he was positioned way too far up and couldn't get the core in the corner there. But really solid and really imposing performance from Tofu, again mimicking what Vast did to them in the last game. Just absolutely dominating the midfield with a lot of that rune and Juno pressure, getting a rather swift 3-0 on Ping Pong here for their first game.
I mean, first game really went kind of all the way for Tofu here. Forgot the names. Very, very smart guy here.
Yes.
No, I mean, first game it was really like heavily favored towards Tofu. I think additionally to like just what they got as well. I feel like the team they had, it was easier to play. Potat tried to play a lot more forward, but didn't have the eject button, so there were like 2 or 3 scenes where he got kind of caught out there and conceded a goal for it. So I think in general, the game could have been won on both sides. I think if the side of ping pong just clean up a little bit of their communication, maybe play a little bit more defensive, instead of permanently going just for the barriers, because I feel like they got the barriers really well, but weren't able to like finish on the goals in the end, and that was mostly where the struggle started, because they used everything on the barriers and then didn't have anything to defend or finish the goal.
Yeah, but that's aggressiveness. He did have a eject button, but he was not using it for the most part. He was really not actually using the eject button a lot defensively. Like he was using it secondary on his own barrier on defense and then eject butting back. He actually wasn't using it much on offense, which did give them the upper hand on barrier taking, because Kai doesn't need to go as far up to get the barriers and to put pressure on the enemy team. But as you mentioned, because the Kai couldn't walk up as much, on the actual scoring part, they struggled a bit on that attack, and it was just also really good defense coming from the side of Tofu. Maybe if we played one more set, Kai would be able to get an awakening that enabled that playstyle a bit more. Maybe give him the leeway to play even further up on a lot of those plays, and maybe put a bit more pressure on open goals.
I mean, yeah. I think in general, I don't know which map we're going next. Do you know? Question mark. I think we lost the link.
I think a memo, the memo didn't quite go through. I'm not sure. I'm actually also not sure what map we're going into right now. But I'm sure we'll figure it out soon.
It is at lab. I have been informed.
It is classic. The EU classic.
The EU classic is missing Taiko.
Well, the EU classic. Atlab is one of those played EU maps. It's Taiko, Atlab, and Night Market, I think.
Yeah, and
or
we
Clarion,
only have
actually.
one of these maps.
Sure. Is it Night Market or Clarion? Actually, I'm not sure. Which one is this?
It is Inky's, trust.
Are you trying to be cookies or something? Trying to defend Inky's?
I am not going to defend Inky's, because Inky's doesn't need defending.
What do you mean doesn't need defending? Inky's is a terrible map. I swear to God. I can't get the psychopaths that like Inky's. I just don't get it.
It was a joke, because attacking on Inky's is better than defending on Inky's. Get it? Haha.
Anyway, moving on from that terrible joke.
Absolute silence.
What do you think that ping pong needs to change here to win the second game compared to their first game?
I mean, I feel like if they just play, I don't exactly know what the character pool for Potat is exactly. Like if they're more the aggressive or more defensive goalie, but I feel like if it works better, especially on ping, maybe playing a little bit more of the defensive playstyle, getting banished to the Atlas, getting the Atlas treatment always, I feel like works well if you're having to defend more often, but then again, the playstyle they were really offensive in the first game, so I don't think they're going to change much about that one. So I'm thinking more just for them trying to win more strike wars, have more abilities for the defense, and I think then I can see them winning on Atlas.
You do have a bit of a mix-up for the second MATLAB game. The Rune Ash actually goes over to Ping Pong this time instead of Tofu, and Tofu does get their Kai, and you do have Finny for the side of Ping Pong. I'm not sure if that's Finny goalie or if that's Rune goalie. I'm actually probably Finny goalie, but I'm not sure which one it is. You do have a Twin Drive start, which led to the Atlas ban coming from the side of Ping, and Tofu banned Estelle probably because Ping had first pick, and Estelle just a really powerful pick on Atlab. And you do get the Julie to round up Tofu's comp. What do you think about these two comps? Which one do you think is better from your point of view?
I mean, if I had to choose personally, I would probably much rather play the team comp from Tofu, even though Ping Pong has my favorite pick, the Asher. I think it's just a lot easier to play the comp that Tofu picked here, and it is also like there's less things that can go wrong if you do a little bit of an oopsie with your abilities, right? Like, we've all seen the numerous ways Rune can own goal, Fini can own goal. And I don't think you have that possibility much with Kai, unless you get like an insane Giga, and then it's funny, you know?
I mean, you're also forgetting Zasher's incredibly ability to own goal as you displayed during promotion tournaments with your amazing core flip, I think. You can forget that one.
Wow. Okay.
Of course, Zasher's ability to own goal is also second to none. So we do have a team of quite potentially dangerous
Wow. Okay,
Um,
guys. I think finance needs a new caster. Hello.
You do have the Finny goalie coming for Ping Pong. Patat is playing that Finny goalie. It is Amy goalie for the side of Tofu, putting that the Kai onto Brack. And we do have a mostly twin drive minded start with only Timeless on Asher and Rune here. What do you think about the Timeless pickup on Asher instead of twin drive? Which one do you think is better? And which would you favor in this circumstance?
I mean, it depends. If you want to just make sure every single time you get to the corner and you have that special, you get everything you want, then I can see Timeless working. But in general, like just overall, I think if you don't get like extra special or something, then the Timeless is just not that strong. As we see a beautiful dash punch from Bigshot getting the first wall off the game.
They do get to the first goal, probably trying to push the mental edge that they got from the first game, trying to make sure they get the second. The first half from the second game also with a very commanding lead. They already lost their first barrier, but Ping also loses their first barrier now. Finial does come out, makes the core go flying, but doesn't actually quite get much out of it. Rune Pillars do keep it up a little bit. Grim does have flipping a beautiful 3-man finish, getting it up, but it also got the core, which allowed Tofu the opportunity to get that second barrier themselves. Grim was forced to flip, but didn't get much out of it. Really good finish from Brack, getting that Giga into Barrage, confirming the kill on Grim. Pixel does have flip, but he is not going to need it. Beautiful defense from Potat, being able to give Grim the opportunity to come back and potentially defend this. Pickshot does get the dash punch, but doesn't get the goal. Amiel also comes out, but isn't able to keep it in. But a really good path from Pickshot into Brack because of a mispositioned Rune does give them the win.
Already going match point into first set. I mean, I feel like you can somewhat sense that the defensive side on Ping Pong is struggling a bit. If that's because they have a goalie playing on 120 ping, as I know myself, I played with Potat once in the open qualifier, so but still.
Yeah, they are able to get this double barrier here. So as much as they are struggling on defense, they are still being able to mount an attack. But they were able only to get that barrier due to Big Smoke Manager's flip, which put them in danger of getting ult dash punched by Julie and gave Tofu the power play that allowed them to finish off the set.
And I do see a few things that I don't want to really see going over. We have Hotshot for Rune, which is going to be insane. We have Heavy Impact probably going to the Juliet as well. Peak Performance, also something really nice. A fellow Stagger Warrior. I do appreciate it. Super Search on Amy for that more offensive way. Honestly, looking at everything, I think everybody got really good Awakening.
You do have the with Brack preferring stacks over the hotshot, not denying Rune, trying to play for himself first and foremost, which is perhaps potentially the only debatable, I think, pick between all of them. They do try to leave Heavy Impact up for the Amy, but Vinny rightfully gets it, and Amy just isn't mad about that and gets Super Search. However, even despite them getting the kill Awakening, they're the ones getting killed, which leads to a power play coming from the side of Ping Pong and the score from the flip on Big Smoke Manager. That Super
Really nice
Search
offense
Amy not
here.
being enough.
And the thing I said when you get into the corner and you have the special on Asher, it got both barriers. That also got both barriers.
That was a bit of a misplay
Speaking
from the
of
side
which.
of Ping Pong. Kind of goofing up their defense and losing 2 barriers for it. Really good that one from Pinkshot, almost getting stolen by his own goalie, but he managed to keep that goal for himself and get their first point of the set.
I mean, looking at everything right now, the game has become a lot more annoying, I feel like, for the side of Tofu. Just looking at that corner defense right there. The moment Asher gets into the corner with the special, it's really annoying to clear out. And as I said, this really nice stun. Stunning Wood and unable to defend that goal.
Yeah, Ping Pong is playing for the strengths beautifully, being able to set up the Asher properly with, as you mentioned, that really big timeless which we managed was a bit of a point of contention depending on how they wanted to play. But they were able to set that up perfectly, being able to get 2 barriers really swiftly and finishing off with really good play from Big Smoke Manager, really showing off prowess on this Asher here. Both barriers are traded for both teams. Pickshot and Potat do both have flips, so you do have a flip evenness matchup. Really good ult from Potat, gives them the second barrier. Grim does try to banish Pickshot, but he does use his flip to try to get out of it. Dash punch coming from Pickshot forces the flip coming from Potat. Really interesting rune pillar that actually blocked the Kaige. It was from Grim was actually quite good. Brock does have his flip, but doesn't really see a position to get much use out of it. But it doesn't matter because Pickshot and Wood are able to mount an offense that is able to take the second barrier. Big punch from Pickshot doesn't actually get the score in. Brack and Big Smoke Manager both have flips and both goals are open. Pickshot almost getting that from that punch, but doesn't quite get it. But the kill on Grim from Wood gives Pickshot the opportunity to slide the core into the corner.
And we're seeing exactly what I said. This set looking a lot more difficult to play from both sides. Honestly, every team got pretty much what they wanted as Awakenings. Unfortunate self-barrier take here from Potat.
Yeah, but that was a really good pass from Brack to Wood, flipping into his own barrier. But Wood is able to actually react with really good communication from the two of them, allows him to mount an offense and a really good dash from Wood, being able to get them their last point of the set. Really well played from the defensive powerhouses of Toku.
I mean, looking at the Awakenings here, I do see a few things you probably don't want to give up. Bulk up, taking the stagger away from the Juliet, very good. 1-2 as well. Pretty much only Rampage left, or... Okay.
Among Titans, Julie. Tiny
Mosquito
Julie.
Gaming.
Tiny Julie. You do have the spec training on Grim, which also gives them a potential angle to try to get a bit more damage on the guy who did take Omega into the accelerator. which does leave him a bit more vulnerable to getting killed. Really good banish coming from Grim, getting a three-man banish. Brack always already suffering from the effect of Omega's Accelerator being staggered and making Tofu lose both their barriers. Really good start to the set from Ping Pong, but they do get two double barriers in response, but a late eject from Wood doesn't make them lose out the first point. That was hard. That was harsh to look at.
Hard to look at, but exactly what you want to see if you're on the side of Ping Pong, right? It was hard to look at losing barriers, but then seeing your team score, taking double barriers here as well.
Equally hard to look at because of that middle. I'm pretty sure that was actually self-take. I'm pretty sure that was Brack who sent the core to the middle of to hit the black hole and score on themselves. Really good, really amazing banish from Grim, getting the goalie, passing to his shadow, and getting the score. That was wonderfully played.
I mean, if you're looking at the situation right now, Ping Pong has to win this set to stay in the game, right? And right now, they're doing pretty well at it, I would say.
They do lose the first barrier, however. Amy Dash tries to get a kill on Potat, but he anticipates and walks up pretty well, being able to mitigate a lot of that danger. Afterhold comes out defensively, which is also a really good point of running Timeless Creator over Twin Drive, gives him a bit more of that defensive edge. Brack does have Flip, but he does give up that first barrier, decides not to use it for it. Wood tries to get the second barrier for herself, but Potat manages to clear out the danger, and Wood gets an injury of losing her barrier herself. Picks up, dodges the Rune Banish. Really good offense from Wood, getting that second barrier. Brack uses the barrage, doesn't quite get it. Flip, get the tagger on Rune and the score on Ping Pong.
Really nice timing there, getting the hit on, the goal, getting it to 2-1 in the set that you want to win to get back to playing against us, who are waiting. They want the rematch right now, however. Ping Pong, in my opinion, still favored. I will say nothing anymore.
Ping Pong was still flavored, but they did get dash punched by Pigshot, which gives them into a power play. But Grim did a really good job at trying to keep the core up and take that second barrier despite the power play. He does lose his own, but he does get one in return. Banish does cut off Brack and gets the core, not hitting Pigshot, weirdly enough. But they do get to mitigate the immediate danger right now. Grim almost has Flip, Potat has him, but a really good glitch pop from Woods steals that second point and puts lukewarm Tofu rather at match point.
Lukewarm Tofu, not to be confused with hot tofu.
Yes, the inferior team, obviously. As superior as they are, they do get that first barrier, as is proven. But a really good ult from Big Book Manager manages to
That
just
might
choke out,
be
suffocate the team on Hot Tofu. But a flip from what that doesn't quite seal it. The defense falters a little bit with the Amy Dash getting that second barrier. Lumberbrack is low. Banish does get the Julie, which stopped their attack. Really good defensive play from Wood, manages to get the core away from the forwards on Ping Pong. Dash Punch doesn't quite connect. Brack manages to dodge the Asher shenanigans, and a really good cutoff from Brack using the Gig and the Barrage to cut off Potat's potential clear angles and getting the final goal to win out the set and going into grand finals against Voss once again.
We're getting the rematch. Ping Pong really tried getting good things done. However, at the same time, I think in the end, especially the last two goals from the side of Tofu, really well played. Getting with the last one, like covering the down clear with Giga and staying up to just guarantee that there's going to be a goal. Nothing to do for Putat, even on zero ping.
I feel like this performance, the second performance from Ping Pong compared to their first game was actually quite a lot better. I feel like they were playing, especially on offense, they were playing a lot better this game. But they did flounder a bit on defense. They did give up a lot of their defensive capabilities to strengthen their offense a little bit. There, especially with that Finny goalie pick, right? They tried to push their strength to their maximum, I guess, trying to keep up a lot more pressure with Penny goalie, but they also gave up a lot of their defense capabilities and ended up getting suffocated by the midfield control coming from Amy and Kai on the defensive hook, I think.
I mean, I think in general it was a good showing. In the end, sadly, one team has to lose, and this time it was ping pong. But that one shall be in the past. We're looking into the future, which is going to be the grand finals, and for that we're going to be on a short break until we welcome the two obviously best teams, as they've proven, to show who wins this tournament. And we're here with the finals going on Oni Village for our first map. Isn't that great?
Only village copy pastas come out. We're playing on Oni for our first game, and we already have the start of draft here. Voss does ban Estelle, Tofu does ban Kai, to probably the two best picks I would wager on Oni Village. And we do get the first pick from Voss on Rune, presumably going on Venom Yami, trying to ride the high of their last performance on Obscura, I think.
I mean, probably looking at the really good pickup here. Extra special with Rune, always something you kind of want to have. We do see, as an answer, the Juno and the Luna come out.
That's probably Juno Gully, I think. I would wager that's Juno Gully and Luna midfield, I think. I think that's probably Brax Luna. If I were to take a gander at it.
I will trust you, as it is your team.
Yeah, I do think that's probably Juno Gully and Luna, or Luna midfield rather. Two really good pickups for the extra special start that you were mentioning. We do have Drek coming from the side of Voss. I suspect that Drek midfield, or rather goalie, sorry. Considering the fact that there are still a lot of really good forwards open that Alves does play. You have the Kazan, you have the Rasmus, you have those two still open, which I suspect he is going to be looking towards. Yeah, the Rasmus pick coming for Scream Alves, and the Drek going for Alex. And the Julie coming in from Tofu. What do you think of these two drafts?
I mean, if we go with the same mindset as we did the last series, if I had to pick a side which I wanted to play for, it would this time be for Voss, simply because I think their comp is probably more effective with these starting awakenings. Rasmus benefits a lot from the size. I think Julie is a little bit too weird to play on the map, but I do trust Pickshot. If he decides that Julie is the right pick, then I will assume that he's going to show us why that's the case.
And what gears are you expecting, and what awakening picks are you expecting coming from both teams on the Sony game?
I mean, I'm looking at both forwards are going to be probably picking build diff, that's for sure. Everyone else probably is going extra special. Maybe the cargo's build diff as well. Besides that, I think we're gonna see magnetized souls or slick kicks on everyone, honestly. And for goalie, it's probably gonna be yeah, strike shot and eject button, I would guess.
I wonder where that guess comes from.
Not pressing tab, no. But yeah, going into the game already, do keep in mind this is technically a rematch of a series we already had today. In that one, I think the overall result was a resounding win. Nice banish here from Venom.
Those are a resounding win for Voss, although Oni Village was not one of such maps, so we do get to see a new map coming from both teams. But as you mentioned, the really good match from Venom Yami after the double barrier, getting the first point for the side of Voss. The really good banish again, making really good use of that extra special, doing a lot of damage into Brack and getting the kill on him with that pendulum swing coming from the Rasmus, forcing Tofu to play somewhere where I don't think they want to play with their comp, which is defensive, right? The Juno with the eject button and the Luna midfield isn't really, especially with the Julie forward as well, isn't something they really want to be playing defensively on, but it does seem like they just will be forced to, because Venom is just putting a lot of pressure on this midfield with their rune pick. Really good clear from Juno, but just the flip coming from Alf, since the hook was cutting off the top clear angle. The flip coming in just gave him that double kill and gave him the second point. Really commanding start from the side of Voss for this first game.
I don't think if this continues, we're going to see the same thing that was last series with the really close game 1. If it continues like this, we might be here for a very quick Oni game, which is something I did not expect to say.
You do have a really good and really fast double barrier take from the side of Voss. Picture tries to get the dash punch on Venom Yami, but doesn't quite land it. Venom Yami does have flip with the open goal on the side of Tofu, probably trying to finish it off, but really good ability usage from Brack. Keeps the core in the corner there. Banish does come out, does hit a lot of things, but doesn't get too much value out of it. Wood tries to go with a eject button and is forced to go out without getting too much out of it as well. Pigshot does have his flip, but Alex also has his, so it's probably going to be a battle of who is able to use theirs better there. Pigshot tries to punch Alex, doesn't quite get it. Punch doesn't connect. Alex manages to get the clear. Ult coming onto Pigshot. They're probably looking to damage it a little bit, especially with the Rune Banish probably coming up soon. Really good kill from Alves rather, getting the kill on Wood, but a really good return kill from Pigshot evens the scales and puts them in a really good 2v2. That was a really good usage of the flip by Alves in terms of timing, but he did get a bit of a pretty bad angle on that. However, he did get lucky because Brack also missed his dash at the same time, leaving the court to just be a bit loose and giving him the opportunity to pick it up again and get the score in right before it would respawn.
I do see a hot shot, I do see aerials. It's two things you don't want to give Vaz, honestly. I also see... Honestly, stacks would be really nice. Bulk up's always good to get that stagger.
I actually think that Castellast is a bit scarier on the rune than you would give it credit to because of how much value Venom Yami has been getting on these banishes with the Active Special Start as well. I think that's going to be a very big headache for the side of Tofu. We do get the Hot Shot on Luna, which does have the potential to give them a bit of a goofy, unpredictable angle for some barrier takes from scores due to just how Luna's abilities work with Hotshot. You do get the inner focus on Wood, which is has the potential to stack quite a lot, and you do get more size on Drabasmus, which is also kind of terrifying for Tofu. I think that is this really good draft for the side of Voss, especially with a lot of these pickups. But even though they get the better draft, they seem to be struggling a bit more than on the other set, as Tofu does get a double barrier, really good clear from Wood, but equally good banish from Venom Yami, taking Brack and Pigshot out of play, giving them a chance to attack a bit more. Ult comes out from Wood, manages to get the corner in the side, enough for them to get their bearings again. Luna ult comes out, manages to keep the core again. Then Scream Owl does use all of his abilities to get core flip and finishes it off with a really good hook into flip.
Sometimes I wonder, is it just easy to play, or do they make it look easy? And in this case, I'm pretty sure they make it look easy.
That is indeed a question to be had, and one that's probably answered throughout the way this game goes. A really good advantage from Venom Yami, but doesn't really cut against the barrier from it. They're passing between each other. Really good passing plays, buying time, baiting out potential ability usage from the side of Tofu. They do manage to spring up an attack, which is probably where Tofu is the weakest. Luna midfield doesn't have too many tools to keep the core at bay from that Rasmus, which is a bit of unfortunate because I think that comp is a bit working against them. They're a comp that thrives on keeping up the pressure with the Juno Jack button, with the slimes, with Luna's abilities, but they aren't quite managing that core control that they need to make it work. And even worse, Pigshot walks into a rune pillar and gets himself killed. There's really still good defense coming from Tofudu, managing to contain the Venom Yami's flip, but it doesn't really matter because with the power play, Voss is still able to get that second goal, looking to make this Oni village an unlikely fast one.
As I said before, if this game continues the way it is right now, we might be looking at like maybe a 10-minute, maybe 15-minute Oni game, which honestly doesn't happen that a lot.
You do have a really good, again, Drakar being able to keep that pressure up on the side with that tractor and those shotguns, being able to give Rasmus the opportunity to walk up that side and winning the interactions with Juno, which is rather easy considering Juno's weakness in the defending and Rasmus' sheer size that he's having right now, being able to cover a lot of the angles he normally wouldn't be able to. Really good evade on the part of Wood, being able to get rid of that bandit. Flip does come out from Alex, he is able to get it out, but it quickly comes back, and they're able to take the second barrier as well. Both goals are open, but Bot has the initiative for the attack. A really good jump from Wood, being able to stop Venom Yami's scoring attempt. Though they are still struggling to get that core up a lot, even though they are close to the core flip. Then Vathas, which gives them the chance, but the slightly missed jump from Wood doesn't get the slime to where it should be, and gives Vath the second set in dominating fashion.
This game does not look like anything we've seen in the first time these two teams played, but again, we also didn't see Oni, and what I'm seeing is not more size for Rasmus, apparently. Funtime, I assume, would be a deny. Twin Drive on Luna, something maybe helping them get more offensive, have a little bit more pressure, because they are the comp wants to be forward, but they haven't been like they weren't allowed to play forward up until now. Barrier take, another banish, doesn't get anything. Second barrier taken from the side of Tofu.
Yeah, Brack with that twin drive is looking to get a lot more control over the midfield with using a lot of those dashes for control a lot more than he has before, which is a very good pickup for the side of Tofu, I think. Explosive entrance on the Julie does give her a bit more maneuverability with that dash, but isn't the best of pickups. The Rampage is a bit of a dead awakening on the Drac as well as a bit of a mixed bag for both teams in regards to awakening picks, I think. But a really good banish from Venom Yami does keep their offense under control, but they do get a really good kill onto Brack, forcing Picshot to play a bit more of a defensive role. They're taking their sweet time with that offense. They do have to pop their flip, but a really good defense showing from Hot Tofu manages to stop their power play from getting anything meaningful out of it. Picshot does have core flip, probably wanting to use it aggressively. Really good dash from Brack, getting the core into really good position for Picshot, allowing her to both get the kill and the score on Alex. Really good start of the set for the side of Tofu.
Alex losing his flip as well, right there. Had flip, decided not to use it. Wanted to defend it normally, but Picshot perfectly standing there, honestly, getting the perfect angle on that kill and goal. Something really good, honestly, because Alex is a really good goalie, especially as long as that core flip is up. I feel like there's almost no getting past sometimes.
Yeah, and I think they didn't like that one bit, considering the amount of damage they're piling into Picshot, putting him staggered with no evades, but not quite managing to finish it off. Alv is equally low, but not quite staggered just yet, and they do get the second barrier. He does not have evades. Would get the really good core flip out, managing to dodge the rune banish. Although Brack gets hit by it, he does have his flip, and he is staggered, making him looking to use it. Picshot tries to mitigate that core flip from Venom Yami, but isn't quite able to when the slime doesn't reach in time, giving Bath their first point of the set.
Really nice hit there from Venom, getting it across. Getting back to even on this set, which is, again, if you're on the side of us, if you win this, then you're going into the last two possible games with a really nice confidence boost. Not that they would necessarily need it, but it's always nice to have that, you know?
That is looking a bit dangerous. Things are looking a bit dangerous for Tofu because of the double barrier take. Really good flip from Brack, but equally good defense from Venom Yami with that pillar. I'm not sure Alex would have gotten on his own. Banish comes out, doesn't quite land. Alex manages to get the core out, but Wood was positioned really well and manages to keep the core up, giving them the second barrier. Another eject button jump, doesn't quite get it. And Trickshot manages to get the core away from Picshot before he's able to finish that core up. Venom TP doesn't get quite too much value out of it because of the really good General Slime. Lunald comes out, gets a bit of damage, but not too much. No flips on the board right now. Dashman from Julie almost gets Venom Yami, but not quite. Overtime pops. The cores are going to be flying red all over the place right now, but not quite yet. Hook comes out and Banish comes out, but neither manages to keep caught Tofu from defending this barrier. Missed dash from Brack is unfortunate, gives Voss the core and allowing them, without using any of their soon to come flips, a chance to be used, putting them at match point for this second game, or this first game rather.
If you're on the side of Tofu right now, you kind of have to believe in somewhat of a miracle. Flips are coming up on the side of us. Offense is looking mighty strong. First flip down, which is
really good. Really good offensive showing from Tofu, being able to mitigate a lot of the danger from that one-man attack from Voss. They do get his flip out, but even without flip, they still get scored on. Tofu does have two flips. They have one on pick shot and one on wood, which means they do have both angles of defending and attacking. Brack also has his flip now, but it's looking like it's getting taken away from him pretty soon. The flip from Wood, trying to get the offense going, actually baits the Venom Yami into getting killed by pick shot, dash punch, flip, but Alex flip also mitigates their scoring opportunities. Brack still has his, probably to look into getting a barrier with it. Really good clear from Alex, doesn't give the opportunity to flip for the barrier, but another dash comes in, that Twin Drive really putting in the work. Really good barrier from Venom Yami. Takes away Big Shot's scoring potential. Flip does come in from Brack, but he doesn't quite get it out. Really good damage from him. Yami does take Big Shot out of commission, but there is still the barrier take coming from the side of Tofu. Really good strike was coming from Brack, not letting Scream Out get the opportunity to score there. Good strike win from Big Shot, but passes between Voss allowed them to mitigate the danger away. Pillar from Venom gives Scream Out the opportunity to score, but he doesn't quite manage to get it. Flip comes up from Venom from Scream Out, but doesn't quite get it from really good defense from Tofu. Cord's going red for overtime. So far, the ones fighting in the pressure right now. Missed dash from Brack and a banish from Venom Yami. Neither gets much value from both teams. Jump in from Wood, gets the core up, but Alex manages to clear it away from Take Shot before he's able to dash punch it in. Pillar from Venom Yami almost gets it to Scream Out, but they don't quite get what they want from it. But a really good strike where win from the side of Rune gets the core to Venom Yami, and Wood's jump makes her not get there in time, giving Voss the win for the first match of the series.
Unfortunate jump timer there, exactly not when you want to go forward. Unable to get to the point where you can defend that last one, and honestly, that was, for all intents and purposes, very one-sided.
It did feel like Tofu was getting their bearings a bit on this last set, but it wasn't good enough. It was too little, too late. But they weren't able to scale it probably as much as they want to with the comp. They weren't able to get a lot of the awakenings they want to on that Juno, especially the hot run, the 1-2 punch, which was maybe their win conditions, but they didn't quite get that far. Voss just putting on a really strong display, being able to keep core control with that comp incredibly well, suffocating Tofu so much that they were only able to get one goal in that entire game. That was a really dominating performance from Voss. But that was their map pick. So now we're going to Tofu's map pick, which is at Lab. What are you expecting to see from both teams here, Mac?
I am going to suspect we see a Tofu win. Simply because last time we were on this map, I am pretty sure, I am not 100% certain, but I think on this map we did have a very close game. I think this was the 5-set game that also went to 2-2, I think. Not sure on that one.
It was that one, yeah. It was
so I'm hoping to see exactly that, and this time for Tofu to get that little bit extra, to get that one more goal that they needed, have something that gets us to the favorite map of every European, which is Taiko Temple, obviously one of the big three, I feel like. And also, I think we've only seen 2 O's on the stream today, which is not quite what you want to see. You always want to see like really nice games. We've seen nice games, don't get me wrong, but I think if we get grand finals 2-3 games, that would be pretty nice.
We're now going into draft. We see the peak performance and the 1-2 start, which leads to both an Asher ban from the side of Voss, probably not wanting to have, probably trying to deny that comfort pick away from Bigshot, who's really solid on that Asher. With the peak performance start, could be really scary. And equally, Tofu ban the Juno from Voss. Not sure, probably the Juno goalie from Alex, I presume, and not as much from Venom Yami. But with that 1-2 start, it would be incredibly scary for them to get. So they bend it up and try to draft through it.
I mean, looking at Estelle Amy being picked up there, really nice pickups there, especially with 1-2 and the stagger one. You have nothing that like necessarily you have to pick here, so getting something solid like the Amy Estelle, just really decent pickups, good offense, good defense, and picks being fastly rounded out with Luna Zentaro on the side of Vas, and Pickshots Juliet for, I think, the 4th time in a row.
I'm
No,
pretty
third
sure
time.
this. I'm pretty sure this is the exact same comp Tofu ran on their first game against Voss, so they're trying to run it back a little bit. Pretty sure it was a still midfield Amy goal usually forward, if my mind serves me right. So they're trying to stick to the same idea that gave them such a close game the first time around. But Voss's draft is quite a lot different. You do have the Luna, presumably on midfield for Venom Yami. You do have the Zen forward, which does give them a bit more KO potential than they had in their first game against this team. I'm not sure how well that is going to work out. The peak performance start, I'm not sure Voss is going to be looking for damage KOs too much. They might just be looking for a bit of cheese with some Luna combos or something along those lines. But I'm very curious to see how Vax's different draft compared to their first Atlas matchup against Tofu is going to go.
I mean, we're gonna see real soon. I do think we're gonna see quite a lot of 1-2 punches here. The only one I don't see a take would be Kai. I think everyone else would probably benefit a lot from it. We do also see, see Estelle and Julie both take it. So, I mean, as a person that likes to play stagger myself, I do respect the decision. However, I do think if you're looking to come back here, I think just trying to get KOs maybe on the side from Picture would be a bit better, because that's what he's been really good at, even if they're behind most of the times. He has been getting a few KOs, so getting the stagger is a bit better for just general use, I would say. But I think
Really good kill from Venom Yami with the rocket. They kind of switched a little bit on goalie, but I think that that actually kind of talks about the two philosophies from what the two teams want to do. I think the 1-2 on Alex and Scream Owl indicates that they want to play a bit more for damage, perhaps, whereas the peak performance pickup for the side of Tofu means that they want to play for court control a lot more, which we can obviously see based on the way they're playing. They're being a lot stronger in terms of court control, getting a lot more barriers than they did last game. The only one who took 1-2 punch was Wood, probably for those edge KOs, trying to get those cheeky edge KOs for Amy here. They're probably trying to do what was done to them last game, trying to abuse Luna's lack of core control capabilities to, and especially with the peak performance start, to not get out damaged by them while keeping core control and getting a lot of the scores in. They don't manage to do that as successfully right now because they do get both their barriers taken, but they do take both their barriers in return. Bigshot almost has his flip. Alex also has his, so it's going to be a shot on the flip there. Venom Yami just got his, and he uses it to very effective, in a very effective manner, getting the second point of the series.
Really strong start again from Vas, going 2-0 up in set 1 already. It looks kind of a lot like it did in game 1, where in the beginning Vas was a lot more aggressive, a lot more forward, a lot more successful as well. However, we do see barriers being taken on the side of Tofu, which we didn't see exactly on Oni Village in the beginning. So something for sure that they can get up to here. Nice flip
Yeah,
from Alex there.
two flips coming out from the side of Tofu, giving them both, giving them that bottom area that they were so desperately looking for, and they do also force the flip from Alex, which means that they do have a potential scoring angle, but really good kill from Venom Yami. Cheeky missile gets the kill on Brack. Pickshot was already low HP, which does give Voss the opportunity to make a lot of this power play, but Wood with an incredible defensive display, being able to hold the lone 1v3. She did lose that barrier right at the end, but was able to buy enough time for her teammates to come back, giving them a lifeline on this on this first set. Venom does have flip, he does get it out, but doesn't get much from it. Wood has her flip now as well, which does give them another layer of defense of potential defensive capability. Flip from Al, get shoved, good caught in Hot Tofu's grasp, and they do manage to get a really good Estelle laser into getting their first point of the set.
Really nice stun there to get that goal. Really nice reaction on the flip as well from Pickshot. So really nice to see. We're not going 3-0 into the first game, into the first set, I mean, which is already really nice.
Flip coming from the side of Tofu, having to use it defensively, which makes the barriers 1-1. They do have a lot of energy advantage. You see Bragg and Pickshot being closer to Flip than the enemy team currently is. But a really good side swap from Voss, almost at the first barrier, but just a really good clear from Wood over the barrier. Keeps their hope alive. Pickshot trying to bounce the core a little bit, buy time for cooldowns. Doesn't quite get that pension as they wanted to. Bragg out first get it with the laser, but doesn't quite get it. Now Voss is on the offensive. Really good walk up from Alex, getting that barrage and giving them the first barrier. Bragg almost has his flip, probably trying to get it to use the first, trying to use it to get the first barrier rather. Does use it, doesn't quite get the first barrier because of a really good flip from Alex, although Pickshot also has his flip there. Dash doesn't quite land. Really good Amiel putting up the pressure for the side of Tofu. They do manage to get a lot of value from a lot of their plays. They're playing way better on this first set, but just a loose score on Venom Yami's hands while he has flip is enough to give him the first set.
That was a really nice shot from Venom in the end, getting that goal to win set 1. And I see a lot of things Aluna might want. One of them, extra special being taken. But then again, also a lot of things you want from both sides, honestly. I see Twin Drive and Heavy Impact being picked up by Tofu. Demo for Zentaro, also something you don't like to see on the side of Tofu. And as you said, Alex, with the focus on a little bit more damage here with specialized training. And as a last pickup, Pickshot kind of didn't have much of a choice. Get Stinger, still something good. But since in the beginning only Venom picked up the Stagger Awakening, I think Stinger a little bit weaker than you might want in this situation.
It is very much an interesting draft here because it does give both teams a lot of tools to do more things that they weren't doing on the first set. Voss does get the extra special on Luna and the specialized training on Alex, which gives them a bit more KO potential, not necessarily damage potential, but KO potential. Whereas the side of Tofu actually got a lot of damage on their side. The Stinger on Julie, the heavy impact on Estelle, the Twin Drive on Wood. That's a lot of damage coming from their side, which they do make use on, getting Venom Yami really low, almost getting the kill on him, but a really good flip from Screamouth actually catches Wood off guard on her secondary and gives them their second barrier. Venom Yami is still staggered. Wood tries to go defensive, doesn't quite get it. Pickshot does try to dash punch, but doesn't get too much value out of it. Pickshot is looking a bit low. Both goalies do have their flip. Alex is the one to pop his first, needed to use it for barrier. Really good barrage from Alex, gets the kill on Pickshot, finishes it off. Good clear from Wood, managed to dodge the Zentaro secondary, but they aren't off the Wood yet as a really good redirect from Scream Out, making really good use of that 1-2 on that Zentaro primary.
Really nice to see the way they still playing the attack. Pickshot kind of unable to play the game, honestly. Being focused down a lot. Not necessarily because they want to, but Pickshot is a lot on the core, so they can use both abilities to damage and clear most of the time. Really nice reaction flip from Wood here. Getting
really.
second barrier.
really good attack being mounted by the side of Tofu. Being able to trade flips for a barrier on the side of Tofu, which is really good net positive for them. Venom, Screamout does have his flip, regen his entire health bar with his combo, gets barrier and the score. Really good individual play from Screamout here.
Vambrace here, really nice. Just making sure that even if they try to go for KOs, they can't stagger him, and taking one for the team there.
Brack almost has his flip. Big Shot is also pretty close to his, and Screamout is looking pretty low, but an orb does keep him safe for the time being. Turret and Lunold both come out. Voss get the better of that interaction, being able to take a barrier from it. Really good Giga from Alex, but an equally good flip from Brack. Manages to not only save them from the Giga, but also give them the barrier that they were looking for. Because is close to his flip, which is something they're going to want to build up to try to get that attack rolling. Really good barrier take from Screamout, putting on a really good performance on Centaur here, being able to get a lot from it. A really good build drop from Wood, being able to mitigate Centaur's attempts at scoring. Black Hole does put it in a really unfortunate situation, and just a really good ult from Centaur keeps the core in position, getting both the score and the kill, wrapping up the second stat of this series, or that out of this map.
Not a lot you can do there, honestly, from the side of Wood. Stuck on your goal line, and Centauro ulting just to make sure that there's absolutely no way that you get to defend anything there. Looking at the draft right here, I see Super Surge on Zen, who's already been strong and basically everywhere, taking the tempo swing away from the enemy as well. Alex here, making sure that there's no way they can, in any shape or form, get some regen. And Pigshot gets build different, which is good. However, also means bigger hitbox.
Yeah, and that is coming true very much right now, as Pigshot has no evades in this stacker right at the start of the new set. He almost gets killed, but he manages to avoid death. But a really good barrage from Alex does confirm that kill. There's now a power play. There's a 3v2 open goal for the side of Tofu, rather for the side of Voss, but they don't quite manage to convert it because of a really good pressure from Wood, being able to use that eject button really efficiently to keep the core up whilst buying time for Pigshot to get there. All that Venom almost gets a really good kill on Brack, but Wood punishes the failed attempt and gets the kill on Venom himself. They almost get that second barrier, but a really good play from Alex does deny that. Really good kill on Screamout now, keeping the power play on the side of Tofu. Venom really good dash, keeping the core away. Giga from Alex gets it out. Another kill from the side of Tofu. Current constantly getting kills on this Vat side, really trying to make the set a really good one. And a misplay from Alex gives Tofu the first point of the set. Really exciting kills from the side of Tofu here.
We already doubled the goal number from last game. Can we go higher?
Well, I think that Tofu really wants to make that happen, especially with Brack really good laser on this first barrier. He almost has flip, and they're looking for the second one. Rosh comes out, picks up,
really
tries to get the dash punch in, doesn't quite get it. Really good flip from Brack, not only dodges the Lunold, but gets the kill on Scream. However, Venom is equally good play.
No!
Gets it through, but Wood, the ult, Wood tries to put down the Amy ult, but that extra time that it takes for her to do it doesn't give her enough time to go back and defend. She also wastes flip on it. That's really heartbreaking for Tofu.
That is considered to be a tilter, I think.
Especially because Tofu's HP bars are looking really low. The HP bars are looking really low. Zen actually uses his entire kit on damaging, but Pigshot not only manages to take the barrier, but you flip to take the goal. This is really important for them. They're looking really good coming into the third set.
Alex isn't even close to flip. Venom rather close. Stream Elves somewhat close. And honestly, right now, I think winning a set seems possible.
Yeah, Tofu's definitely in the hot seat, being able to keep the pressure so well, not letting the core get out of Voss's fight, constantly putting up the pressure. Venayami does have flip, have to use it defensively, but they do get a barrier off of that rebound. Scream Out does have flip, but doesn't quite get in the position to finish off the goal. Ult from Pigshot coming out, but he's almost really low HP, almost dead. But in order just to stay alive long enough for a lot of it to come out, there's no flip and no energy on Voss's side. Brack almost has his flip, so if Tofu still very much has a chance of making something happen. Pigshot trying to survive. Alex switching positions with Scream Out, giving him more opportunities to try to kill Pigshot, but it's not necessary. It's really good giga from Alex. Gives them the point. This is match point for both teams.
I mean, match point for Vas and set point for Tofu.
Thanks for the correction.
We want it to be close, but it is not that close. I am sorry.
There's a pick up for Brack.
Really nice
good attack, being able to get the barrier. The Amy ult keeps it in,
so
but
low.
not keeps it in enough. Pigshot almost has his flip. Wood almost has hurt. Really good evade from Wood, being able to keep her barrier alive for the time being. Pigshot tries to get the dash from Venom Yami, doesn't quite get it. They do manage to get the core out of the corner here, getting an attack rolling. Really good backpack from Pigshot, being able to get his teammates in position to try to finish off the set, but doesn't quite get it. Missed dash from Venom Yami might prove fatal as Hot Tofu tries them out on offense. Flip has to come out from the side of Scream Out to get the core out of their own defense. Venom isn't able to get that last barrier. Ult does come out. Venom is close to Flip, probably looking to use it to get that last barrier that they need. Brackenwood also really close to their Flip, but they aren't managed to match offense. Really good defensive play from Tofu while killing Venom Yami. If they want to get a point, it is now. Really good defense from the side of Voss. They don't let Tofu finish off this game as they want to, but ult from Pigshot manages to pressure the core enough so that Alex can't hit it. We're going to set 4.
Incredible last goal, making sure that they do get at least one set, and I see something really nice. It's called stagger and sustain for Pigshot. Two things that he's been struggling with. We also get hot shot on Estelle, which is also something really nice. Timeless on Amy. This looks really bad for the side of Vas, I'ma be real.
Voss did get a lot of cooldown with the prime time on Venom Yami, and they were focused on Scream Outs, which might actually give them the opportunity to keep a lot more core control, which is something they're a bit lacking with their comp. But Tofu just gets so much value from their awakenings. Hot shot on Estelle is incredible. Timeless on Amy is equally as good, especially with how good Wood defensive ults have been, or rather offensive ults have been, and just more stagger for Pigshot allows them to live as we can see right now. It's giving them just so much more survivability. A goof from Wood almost makes them get scored on, but a really good cover from Brack. Not only saves the core from getting with his own barrier, but gets double barrier after. Hotshot already putting in the work, being able to catch Alex off guard right here. Really good giga from Alex, gets the score on the kill rather on Brack. They are trying to mount an offense again. Really good defensive ult from Wood, does manage to keep a lot of that in check, trying to buy enough time for Brack to come back. Ult from Venom Yami doesn't quite get it. Brack is back, but Scream Out does have his flip, trying to get the kills with it and the score at the same time, but isn't able to get either of them on the Wood. Pigshot doesn't have any evades. There's really low energy on the side of Tofu, and a lot of energy on the side of Voss, but it doesn't matter because Venom Yami managed to get the really good attack in with that dash.
Unfortunate there on the defense, but we see exactly what I said. Pigshot able to survive just that little bit longer. They're still pumping all of their abilities into Pigshot, trying to get him to be KO'd and get the power play, but they have not been as good at it since he picked it up. As I say this, obviously, caster curse, he dies. But still, looking at everything going on, I think I should not speak.
Yeah, they do still manage to dump everything into Pigshot, getting the kill off, and they managed to swing that power play into a barrier and into another match point for Voss. Tofu's not looking good on in this fourth set here.
They might not
Wood
be...
almost has her flip. there's not a lot of energy on the side of Voss. So if there's any angle to take control of this game, it is that they tried to mount an attack, it doesn't quite land. Glitch Pop from Wood tries to keep the core up. She is forced to flip due to the pressure from Zentaro's abilities. They don't quite get the barrier. Going with Zenitsu, but getting neither. Really good laser from Blacknote does give them at least one of the barriers. Wood doesn't have a lot of energy and is getting a lot of damage put on her. Put so much pressure, not only give Buff the kill, but give Buff
Nice primary.
the potential, the power play to finish this game off. But really good ability usage from Brack. It's good, but not enough. Voss manages to take the victory, and they are this week's winners of Taiko Turmoil.
Taiko Turmoil, roll credits indeed. Honestly, can we get another one of those set 3s? Like just ignore set 4. Like we just pretend set 3 happened again.
It was definitely Hot Dog was definitely this second game was definitely a step up from their previous game, managing to take one set off of them, but they weren't quite able to leverage that momentum and to get anything more than one set from Voss on this last game here. Once again, really strong performance from Voss. Tofu putting up a fight, although Voss still handily taking the win there. They're this week's winners. They're one of the best teams for a reason.
One of the best, and in this tournament, the best, confirmed. Now there's no more question about it.
Well, we'll have to see on next week's Taiko Turmoil, see if these teams participate again and seeing if Tofu tries to get the revenge here. But nonetheless, the matches are done for this week. Once again, Voss is your winner, and we will be going into the competitions next week. I think the next competitions that we'll have are going to be the start of the USL and USA, folks. So definitely keep tuned for those. We get to see more of both of these teams on these competitions.
And it's going to be a banger. I already know.
And with that, we bid you all farewell. Thank you for watching these games with us. Thank you for keeping up with us, and we're looking to see you guys all in next broadcast. Keeping up with the rest of the tournaments and competitions that will be had on ETOS here. Once again, start of the USL and USA. I'm pretty sure it's next week if my mind serves me right. Even if it isn't, it's going to be pretty soon. So please do keep those in mind. And that's it from us. Bye bye.
Bye bye.